Testing, testing. Who wants some kitty food? Kitty food. Do you? Alright, Kiwi. Time for your Kiwi. Thank you.
Ugh, God. Why is it like saturated? Is it? Hey, didn't I do it like this? Where? I had it like this? Kind of indirectly? Yeah, I guess I did. Okay. And then... Kiwi. What do you want? Hmm? If I do... This light's too bright. What if I do... something like this?
Me.
Alright. I mean, as long as the screen's like an appropriate brightness, then it should be fine. I wish I could hear, like, if I'm being picked up on the mic. Let's see here. Mic. Huh. Hello, hello, hello. Alright. It seems to be good. Anyway, guys, how's it going, everybody? Big Pasta Gamer here once again, and today we are playing Moonlighter. Oh boy, Moonlighter. This is a game that I've actually really been looking forward to. I've had it on my radar for like a couple years now. But it goes on sale occasionally. Whenever it does go on sale, I would never be in the mood to play it. So, but it went on sale again. And I had a $10 PlayStation card, so I get a free one every month. Or, well, half of a free one. I get $5 for free every month. But the minimum PlayStation card is 10. So I end up having to spend the difference, which is fine. But anyway, so I had a $10 PlayStation card, so this was $6. So I got this. I got so I got this game. I got Lonely Mountain Downhill. They had a DLC for that, so it's another island with bike routes. So I got that, and then I also got this game called Kingdom, which seems pretty good. It's on the phone, but it's called like Kingdom New Lands or New Frontier or something. What is it? Kingdom New Lands, yeah. And then they came out with the sequel, Kingdom 2 Lands, something like that. I don't know. They're getting crazy with those titles, huh? So yeah, but yeah. Anyway, so this is a game I've been looking forward to for a while. I doubt that I don't think I'm gonna beat it today. I don't think I'm really gonna beat this on stream, but I want to at least start it on stream, see what it was about. This is my first time playing it, so. But yeah, anyway, guys, I got some food. I got 2 waffles, a Hot Pocket, and a microwave meal. So a lot of food. So this clocks in around 1,200 calories, something like that, for all three of these combined, which is about a bowl of pasta with a protein bar that I had yesterday. So I underate yesterday. I started my eating cycle, my eating period, when I started the stream yesterday is like 11 something. Anyway, but then I got sick. So I got sick, and then by the end of the stream I got better, but then I had a couple protein bars. After the bowl of pasta I had a couple protein bars. And I think that's it. So I ended up at 1,500 calories yesterday, something like that. Anyway, about almost 1,000 short. It's not really great, but like at all. But you know, whatever. Anyway, so today I have 1,200 calories on my plate, and then yeah, hopefully that'll keep me sustained for the stream. And then along with a couple protein bars, I should be doing better than yesterday. So I am running out of food. I should be getting some more, but my current living situation kind of makes that difficult to freely move around the house. So that you know, that plays into it a lot. So I have to time things well. You know, like going to the grocery store in the early morning on a weekday would be something that I would have to do, but I don't wake up early in the mornings, so that serves a problem. Okay, Q wants something. Oh, whoops. I actually didn't mean to press the button. Oh, there I am. At the end of the stream yesterday, oh, this is a bit loud. Screen shake. Oh, whoops. Can you not have the screen shake? Wow, I can't turn it off. I can only minimize it. Fast text speed. We'll go hard. Sound. Dialogue on. Oh, I guess if you're on like a second playthrough and you just want to skip through everything. Yeah, whatever. They'll probably tell me in the game. But yeah, yesterday at the end of the stream, I let Kiwi out of my room for me to go to the bathroom, but she followed me into the bathroom, and she took a massive dump. It was huge. Like she had been, and she rushed to the bathroom. Like she hadn't been begging or anything, but when I opened the door, she just darted out and went straight for the cat box. And she had just had the massive dump. Like and you could tell like she had been holding that in the entire day. So I am very grateful that I have a cat that knows how to hold it in. before being let out. She's done it before where like she's in my room and she'll like meow at me to wake me up like in the early morning to be let out to go to the bathroom. So she's kind of like a dog in that sense. So, but she's really good about it. Aren't you cute? Aren't you cute? Cute Betty. Yeah, burn marks. Don't rub the burn marks. That hurt. That actually kind of hurt. My the borders of my fingernails are kind of. Does it show? Yeah, you can see there on my ring finger. It's bubbling up, like the skin is bubbling up. So kind of like the bubbles in this game. So yeah, that's not fun. It's also on my middle finger. It doesn't look as noticeable, but it's almost the same. But yeah, it's bubbling out. But you know, whatever. I think I minimized the damage on that. But yeah. I have my food, my water supply. I went to the bathroom. I fed Kiwi, gave her water. Should be good. Should be good to go. Alright guys, Moonlighters, here we go. I don't know if I'm gonna play this all day. But original difficulty created by the developers. Here we go, guys. Among the stars of the night, there is a land as old as imagination. Ooh. One night, mazes full of extraordinary treasures and deadly creatures appeared. They called them the dungeons, strange, ever-changing ruins of unknown lands. Oh, ever-changing is a roguelike. Soon a village of the slightly curious took root near the dungeons. This they named Rinoka. Among the settlers, two groups shine brightest, heroes and merchants, glory and riches. But the dungeons proved too dangerous. They were soon closed as too many lives were lost in their depths. Life became hard for the town, especially for the young owner of the oldest shop, Will of the Moonlighter, long dreaming of opening the mysterious fifth door of the dungeons. So, apparently, the only thing I know about this game is that, well, I guess it's the main premise. Yeah. The main premise of this game is, oh, that's dark, that, let me move my webcam. This should be good. But yeah, the main premise of this game is that my character runs an item shop by day and explores the dungeon by night. And then he can take what he finds in the dungeon and sell them in his shop. So it's like Reshitir in that aspect, which I really liked Reshitir. But this one has more of a focus on there's a roll. This one has more of a focus on the combat and the dungeon exploration and stuff. What? Oh, okay. Okay, I can hit my broom. What the? Okay. I can only swing my broom in the 4 cardinal directions. And then do that. And it's a really long wind up on. What do you want from me? Oh, circles to open chests. God damn it. Okay. Nice. Oh, quick move all. Okay. What's this? A fabric, a broken sword. Alright. Holy crap! Wait, it's this challenging? Whoa, 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 wait. Whoa, 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 wait. Why is it this challenging? Wait a second. I can't... God damn it. You're joking. Okay, I can't... Whatever. Am I supposed to... I feel like I'm supposed to die in that sequence. There's no way that I could have done that with a stupid broomstick. My god, talk about giving you a challenge. Oh no, the village elder found me. What a sorry looking kid. I'm not that sorry. I got waffles. Oh, there's too much glare. I got waffles. And I put whipped cream on the waffles. Like a boss. And well, the whipped cream melted. So now they're just soggy waffles. All alone now. Rest for a bit, Will. I have you now. He called me a sorry-looking kid, and then he called me by my name. Which means that he just... Yeah, just walk right in, man. It's okay. I guess. Even as a mere child, barely able to walk, you were curious of the dungeons. Oh, look, schematics. So I guess it took this main character, like, his whole life to grow up wondering, curious about the dungeons. And now that I am in control, we're going to beat this game in 15 hours. So, so he's going to accomplish his goal within the, like, 2-day time span that I'm playing this game. So. You carry the same obsession as old Pete. Yeah, man, Pete was, boy, did our little merchant bite off more than he could manage? Will, listen to me. The hard truth is this. You are the last of your family, the only one left to run Moonlighter. Who cares? This shop is struggling anyway. Just sell the business, pack it up, and go to the dungeon. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. Risking your life on this 5th door nonsense is foolish. Just leave it. Find some artifacts, then use your pendant to get out of the dungeon. Oh, I can do that. And for Crater's sake, stop using that broom of yours, you daft boy. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's dangerous to go alone, take this. Hey, that's a Zelda reference. It's mine from back in the day. Use it. I have little need for it now. Oh, you're just gonna give me a full set of armor, a full set of weapons. Very nice. Now then, get up. You're wasting light. Can't have you neglect the shop all day. Dude, why is this old man invested in the shop? let's see if I can get through your hard head some of the tricks that I picked up from your grandfather many years ago. Dang, old man, you knew my grandpa? Wow. I like how I have a chest at my bed, and I also have a chest over here. I never understood like houses that have like chests or like toy boxes at the foot of their bed. Sometimes I get up from the foot of my bed. I don't want to be stepping on a box when I get out of bed. Successfully selling your merchandise takes knowledge of two things. You must know an item's value and its demand. Oh, gee. What am I in Economics 101? Come on, open up shop and allow the customers in. Okay. Wow, this guy just was just waiting in line. Hey, old man. He liked that one. How do I deal with shoplifters? So that one said 100. You see that? Best expression you can hope for. The item wasn't too expensive and not too cheap for you to lose profit. Be sure to pay attention to the customer's expressions. So your grandfather always knew if his prices were fair. You know, that is a smart strategy. But, I mean, if you're like Walmart, then you really can't. He didn't like that. I don't think I need to tell you that that item was obviously overpriced. Lesson learned. What, are all customers the same? You know, in Rusheteer, which is the other run an item shop kind of video game, they had like you would put the items up for sale, but then you would have to bargain the but then the customer would be like, hey, I want to buy this apple, how much is it? And you would set a price, and then they would try to bargain with you. But every single customer was different, right? Some customers would just pay whatever you said the price was. Other customers would try to whittle you down to like next to nothing for the sale of an item. So it was like you had to know each and every single different customer that came into your store, and like how much you could charge for things and what kind of bargain you could get, and you know, things like that, and how far you could push a negotiation. So it got like pretty in depth with that, with like customer satisfaction and stuff, which was a lot. Finally, be careful of selling a popular item too much. If you flood the market, you'll have to offer cheaper prices on your wares. Point is, charge higher when something is high in demand and low in supply. Ah, it's like a graph. You know, they taught that reminds me of that reminds me, because I took economics in high school as a required course. So just one semester of it, which one semester, the fact that they only delegated one semester to economics, which is like the main driving force of our country, is really silly. But anyway, American education. So anyway, I was in regular economics because I wasn't in AP, because screw that. So anyway, I was with all the normal kids, the general education kids. My teacher was teaching supply and demand. Supply and demand is a graph that's basically an X. So you think like that, like this. This is supply and this is demand, all right? And the graph goes like this. So if there's a lot of supply, then there's a low demand. But if there's a lot of demand, then there's going to be, or if there's a low supply down here by my wrist, then there's going to be a lot of demand, which is up here. I mean, it would be easier to show like an actual graph, but it made sense, right? You think about like, okay, if there's very little of something, then a lot of people will, and a lot of people want it, then the price will go higher, right? Because, people are going to try to get it because it's not readily available. Whereas if you have a lot of supply, right, a lot of an item, and there aren't that many people who want it, then you're not going to sell it for very much because there's a lot of supply, right? And there's not that many people who want it. So it makes sense, like conceptually, right? But you know, the oh, I see. Hey, this is cool. So they actually record what kind of price points got a good reaction. That's actually really convenient. But yeah, anyway, so okay, my story. So we were learning supply and demand. Of course, she shows the graph. She explains the graph in like 5 minutes, and of course, I understand it, right? It's like it's the most simple concept in the world. I hope you guys would understand it too. You guys would probably understand it too if I actually showed you. Most of the class in my high school did not understand it. I They didn't understand it. They didn't understand supply and demand. They were asked to replicate the graph. They couldn't do it. They were asked like basic sentences like, oh, if supply is blank, then demand will be blank. And they couldn't do it. Like they were getting the problems wrong. It was ridiculous. So I remember my economics teacher was getting really upset, and this wasn't even on the first day. She had spent like 2 weeks just showing the 2 full weeks showing the class the same basic graph that was just shaped like this, supply and demand, and she's trying to reiterate it over and over again because it's the most basic concept, right? It's like, oh, dogs have fur, therefore there will be fur in your house if you have a dog, right? It's like a basic concept like that. So she tried to explain this simple concept over and over again, and the other students in the class just were not understanding. I couldn't fathom. I was so bored in that class. I was so bored. I was probably the only honors kid who was taking like gen ed economics, honestly. But anyway, I was so bored in that class because it's like, because it was, I didn't, because I learned the concept on the first day, and here we're spending 2 whole weeks. You know, I have to hear this over and over again because the other kids in the class don't understand the concept. It's like, oh my god. So it was so stupid. Anyway, I mean, needless to say, the kind of work and tests that the teacher gave were like super elementary. Like there's like it was like the easiest class of my life, and that was senior year. So, but these kids couldn't understand economics, and then you wonder why most of America is like poor and in debt, right? It's because they're probably the same kind of people who can't understand economics, right? They're going to go to a job every day, and then they're going to come home and wonder why they're still poor, right? It's, and they can't like conceptualize that there are other factors in play. So it's pretty silly. So anyway, so that's like, this game reminds me of that because they would teach this, because this game just taught this concept of the old man said, oh, if you sell a bunch of the same item, then you will have to sell that item for cheaper because there will be a lot of supply, so therefore the demand won't be as much. And that, throw that in a video game that's specifically about selling items in a shop, and it might seem like, okay, this is the most basic of concepts associated with this game, right? It's going to be the same as dodge roll when the enemy attacks, right? It's going to be the same like level of like elementary understanding that you need to play the game. But I imagine giving this game to most of my classmates from that economics class and them not understanding how to play. Like, I can honestly see that. And these were people who were like 17 or 18 years old. And I was the same age at the time. And it's like, I wanted to learn other things, right? I wanted to learn, the more advanced concepts of economics. Like, okay, whereas supply and demand happened in the world, or happened in a company, how have companies been able to manipulate supply and demand in order to spin a profit, right? How does that relate to the stock market? right? And, you know, how does that relate to crypto or like even NFTs now, right? You have a lot of this, you have a lot of aspects of life where this sort of thing could apply. Of course, I never learned any of that, right? She couldn't get past the freaking basic supply and demand graph, and then you know it's game over. And then the class ends, and she has to pass everybody because you know oh everybody deserves a trophy, and then we all got our high school diplomas. But most of those kids probably did not grow up to understand economics, so that's I mean. Anyway, it's just a silly thing that I remembered because I have no doubt that the AP economics class spent 5 minutes on that concept and then moved on. Like, I have no doubt that the advanced course did not need 2 weeks in order to explain a basic 2-line graph. That's pretty linear in nature as well. So, of course, everyone senior year took statistics. So. Or all the honors kids took AP statistics. So I just didn't want to challenge myself back in high school. I would do it right now, but I didn't want to do it back then. Anyway, so this is saying that the crystal $100 is the best price. 170 is way too much. Seems like I can sell things at that third face where the guy's just like, really? Kind of price. So I could probably bump the price up to like 110 or even 120, and I might still be able to pull a sale. It would appear the energy surging through a golem crystallization upon its destruction. Could we harness this power somehow? Would seem the sun has fallen for the day. I best head off. You will pick up more on your own. Restoring the shop to its full glory, that responsibility falls on you, not I. It's in your blood, Will. Make us proud. In the meantime, why don't you try that new sword of yours? Dungeons are more perilous at night, but one can always find better artifacts. Just don't dive too far and use that pendant. I like how they're like going on now. These weird bones of mine must rest. I like how I always like how in these games with like magic, you know, it's like magic and wizardry, sorcery, and all this sort of stuff, right? You have artifacts that contain like the energy of the gods and like pendants that can literally teleport you, right? Things out of like science fiction. But yet they still light their houses by candlelight. And they still have to draw water manually from a well before they take a bath. Like it's funny. It's this thing in fantasy as well, and I'll get off on a little tangent about it. It's this thing in fantasy where you guys think like why in the real world did technology advance? Not this far, but just advance at all. Why did technology advance? Why do we have light bulbs? Why do we have microwaves and computers and video games and machinery and all this sort of stuff? Why do we have all this? It's because we needed it. It's because there was a necessity to make things more convenient, and it took creative, intelligent minds who were driven by that necessity in order to do that, right? We didn't want to have to light a fire with wood every single time we want to take a hot bath, or, you know, so we invented, you know, burning coal, right? Or, you know, we invented like a furnace, or, you know, things like that, right? Oh, you know, craft metal and then keep the fire in there and it's going to last longer, right? So therefore we don't have to cut as much firewood, right? It's, you know, it's innovation based off of convenience and based off of essentially laziness, right? Why do machines exist? Well, because we're too lazy to do it manually, right? Can you imagine like manually farming or like manually making products? Like that would suck, right? Well, that's what people had to do back in the olden days. and so people invented ways to circumvent that. Why do we have cars and trains and airplanes? It's because we don't want to have to walk everywhere, right? If I gotta go to the grocery store, I don't want to have to. It shouldn't be a all-day venture, right? I shouldn't have to live next to the grocery store just to feed myself, right? Gonna get in my car and go, or get in another vehicle and go, right? It's necessity. But the thing is, you think about it. Electric skateboards. Okay, I'll compare cars with electric skateboards. Cars have been around since like the 1900s, like the 1920s even. There were people driving in cars. So cars have been around for like over 100 years. But electric skateboards have only been around for like 10, if that. Electric skateboarding didn't actually even like start getting mainstream popular until like 5 years ago. Why have we had cars so much longer than we've had electric skateboards? You have to think about that. Why did cars come out and then we didn't immediately invent electric skateboards back in the 1900s? Why not? We didn't have the technology. Well, the technology was there. We just had to invent it, right? It's like the technology to like teleport is there. We just have to invent it, right? But it's, you know, if you know how to make a car, just make a smaller gas engine and slap it onto a skateboard and connect it to the wheels and you're good to go, right? Just it's like a mini car. So why didn't we have that? Why didn't we make electric skateboards until almost 100 years after the car was invented, even though it's relatively the same technology? Why not? Because there wasn't a need for it. That's your answer. There wasn't a need for it. We already had cars, so to get around from place to place. Therefore, we didn't need something like an electric skateboard. Electric skateboards have their benefits. That's why I use one. But most people didn't need them, and so most people didn't demand for it, and so therefore nobody made them, right? Nobody thought to create them or whatever, right? Because nobody looked at a skateboard and thought, I want this to work like a car, because we already had cars. So it was only until 100 years later that, back in the early 2000s, somebody looked at their skateboard and was like, I want this to be a car. And then they made an electric skateboard, right? But the point is, there wasn't a necessity for it. There wasn't a necessity for electric skateboards because we already had cars. Now think about it. Think about a fantasy world, all right? Think about a fantasy world. There's no technology, right? People are still living by candlelight, but there's magic. Why are there no light bulbs? Because we can just use magic. Therefore, there's no need for light bulbs. Why are there no cars in a fantasy world? Why are there no cars? Because we can just teleport everywhere with magic. We don't need cars. We don't need vehicles, advanced ways to get around, because we have magic. So, thinking about a fantasy world where there's magic, there's a reason why a lot of fantasy like shows and books and movies are set in a medieval era, like a medieval theme with like swords and shields and metal armor and stuff like that. It's because that's all that's needed. It could be the year 2022 in this video game, but they still only have swords and shields. Why? Because there's magic. Because there's magic like teleporting and creating fire to heat everything that you need and other things like that, right? Magic can do all of that, right? You can use magic to create water, so therefore you don't need to invent irrigation for your crops. right? There's magic replaces the need for a lot of technology that the real world has. Therefore, this technology will not exist in a fantasy world. So, because they won't exist because there's no need for it. People don't need cars, therefore cars have not been invented, right? People haven't thought to, build an oil rig and dig into the ground for fossil fuels because they didn't need to, because they can just use the magic energy from God in order to teleport everywhere, or in order to run super fast, or anything, or in order to fly, right? So that's a concept that is in like fantasy, and they don't. Some stories put an emphasis on it. Most don't, but that's sort of the reason why most fantasy stories are set in medieval times. It's because medieval times was when we invented metal, but we didn't have anything else, right? Metal, armor, and whatnot kind of protects you against magic, right? You're not going to be burned alive by somebody's fire spell if you're wearing a full metal armor, right? Or you're not going to you're not going to get like knocked off your feet by a water spell or a wind spell if you have like clunky metal armor on. And you can still slash a mage with your sword and shield. So the necessity for that was there, right? Because with magic, there's going to be people fighting each other, but that's about it, right? They didn't invent guns yet. I mean, some fantasy worlds have guns in them, but they didn't. The only things that exist in the world are the things that are necessary. But with magic existing, nothing else, advanced technology isn't necessary. But because the technology isn't necessary, that means that they're not going to get it, which means that you're not going to have a fantasy world where everybody's on the computer or everyone has a smartphone, right? Because the technology leading up to computer chips and smartphones wasn't invented, and you didn't have that preliminary technology. Therefore, out of necessity, therefore you won't get anything advanced, right? Why do we have computers? Not because, somebody wanted to play video games. The first person who made a computer didn't want to play video games, right? The first computer was text. But it wasn't even text, it was zeros and ones. But why was the computer invented? Well, there was a need for it, right? I believe, I don't know what the need for the first computer was. The first computer is kind of like a calculator, right? So if you need to calculate high values, such as in like a logistics field, then you would need a computer to do that, right? You need a calculator. And so they made the calculator, and they're like, okay, cool, we can compute high values now, but what else can we do? Well, we can type on it. We can get the calculations to perform more tasks. We can get it to talk to us. We can communicate with one another. We can program video games, right? And, have visuals on there. We can browse the internet. And it just goes and goes and goes. But it goes and goes and goes because it started somewhere, right? The fantasy worlds don't have that start because they haven't advanced technologically because they didn't need to, right? They didn't need to have a calculator, probably because the world wasn't developed enough to necessitate having to calculate high values, which is something that would come from having a lot of people. And most fantasy worlds don't have a lot of people in them, right? You don't have populations of like millions of magic users in most stories. So anyway, yeah, that's when I comment on there's still, they have the magic to teleport, right? Which is like science fiction to us, but at the same time, they're still lighting their houses by candlelight instead of using light bulbs, which is like the most basic of inventions. then that really speaks to how there isn't a necessity to invent a light bulb because they have magic and whatever else to replace the need for that. So, anyway, that's just a little interesting tidbit on that. I'm really into like fantasy stories and whatnot, so this sort of thing, this sort of aspect of their world interests me, and it relates to real life as well. Because the thing is, in our lives, they're going to come out with more and more technology, and the technology that they come out with is going to be based off necessity. The one example I can think of right now, right? Because everyone has a smartphone, right? That's probably our latest technology, is a smartphone, right? You can have, 10 years ago, nobody would have even dreamed of having a mini computer in their pocket, but here we are, right? So, maybe like 15 years ago, nobody would have ever dreamed of this, but here we are. So what's going to be the next technological advancement based off necessity? Well, in my opinion, it's going to be AI robots. We have a worker shortage, so there's going to be companies who need workers who don't demand for benefits and union rights and all this sort of stuff. So they're going to invent robots in order to do that. So that's kind of on the rich side of things, on the rich people side of things. But then also on general, the general populace side of things, right? The normal people, I believe it's going to be sex robots. Honest to God, I think it's going to be sex robots because, first of all, sex sells. And second of all, we have an incel crisis, right? You guys know incels, right? Guys who are lonely and they can't get laid and they just want to be loved. Whatever, right? So there's a need for a supply of women to satisfy those men who are disadvantaged like that. And where are those women going to come from, though? We're not just going to create new women in a laboratory, right? It doesn't. I mean, we could technically, I guess. It could work like that, but that's very long and convoluted. Instead, why not make an AI female companion robot and then just sell it, right? 10 grand, 25 grand, $100,000, right? There are guys out there who would pay for that. Honest to God, there are guys who would pay for that, right? A girl who's cute and she enjoys talking to me and she's loyal, right? And she'll do whatever I say too. And she can take care of chores and stuff around the house as well. Like, man, sign me up, right? All the benefits of having a girlfriend or a wife without any of the negatives of like disloyalty or I don't know what else. What else are problems with women? The bodily functions, right? Because girls are gross. Right? No cooties, right? Girls have cooties, right? You're not going to get cooties from a robot, thank God. I'm a first grader. What else? I don't know if robots feed into narcissism as well, for sure, right? Because you can talk, maybe not narcissism, but like kind of like ego, right? That they can feed into your ego because you can talk to the robot about what you want to talk about, and the robot will respond in conversation with you about what you want to talk about, right? The robot's never going to start talking to you about something you're not interested in because it's not programmed to do that, right? It's not programmed to nag you or to complain about its problems or anything like that, right? So it's not going to burden you with those kind of things. So, which is right. That's kind of the main thing that guys complain about in having like a wife is like, oh, I gotta listen to my wife complain about this thing again, right, or whatever. So oh, I gotta listen to my, oh, my wife is nagging me to take out the trash when I'm trying to watch the game on the TV. Things like that, right? Stereotypical. So, so yeah, the a robot would not have any of those quirks that come with real human beings. Of course, the robot's not real, but the thing is, you can make a robot realistic enough to allow your suspension of disbelief to believe that it's real. If we're just enough, right? You're deluding yourself, right? And I mean, hell, it's hell of a lot better than having like an imaginary girlfriend, right? Which is what I suppose a lot of these guys probably have. So, but but yeah, that's something that's going to sell, and so that's a piece of technology that's going to arise out of necessity because of the shift in our culture. It's creating a population of lonely dudes, and so the demand from those lonely dudes is, I need a girlfriend. And where's that girlfriend going to come from? Well, let's just make her in a factory, right? I mean, there's a reason why like dolls exist, right? Like the life-size dolls. They have those life-size dolls. They're expensive. They can get up to like $10,000 for what's essentially just like a mannequin, but they don't even look that real, to be honest. But people pay for it. People pay for it and perform actions with it and whatnot, and they're designed for that. So you just put a little bit of robotics machinery in one of those, and an AI computer chip that can actually like have conversations with you, which they are developing both of those things. You just put those in a mannequin, and there you go. You got a human being replacement, right? It doesn't have to just be limited to female robots. It could be guy robots too, or androgynous robots as well. But the main market for this is going to be female ones, especially because female aesthetics are a lot more important to guys than male aesthetics are to girls, right? Because most girls need to like fall in love, whereas most guys just need something attractive to look at. So in general, right, this is a very like stereotype sort of thing, but the concept's there. I mean, the idea is there, and so you're gonna, right, and so female robots are going to sell a lot better than male robots will. So female robots are going to be the first ones to come out. So, I mean, robots without skin are going to be the first ones to come out, but the first lifelike ones that will be invented will be replicating females. So, which, I mean, we're getting there. Honestly, we're going to get there probably faster than we're getting to like deep dive VR, to be honest. But yeah, that's something that's gonna be a technology that's going to come out in the future, probably within our lifetimes. I wouldn't doubt it. That's going to come out within our lifetimes. That will be born of a necessity to have a human companion without any of the negatives of being around another person. So a lot of these incels cannot interact with other human beings. Like they are capable of communication, but they are not capable of like properly interacting and having like real conversation, real back and forth conversations with other human beings. So because they've been alone for so long, right? 10, 15, 20 years of isolation, and you're not going to know how to talk to people anymore. So I mean, look at me. It's been like 1 year for me, and I hardly freaking know how to talk to people anymore. So, but yeah, that's so imagine what like a couple of decades will do to you. But yeah. Anyway, that's sort of the gist of it. I'm looking forward to that, not necessarily because I'm going to indulge, but like I've said on previous streams, I like I've said before, I'm more excited to see the societal impact that replacing women will have on this country or on the world. Because when because I mean, in general, like, because of feminism, like, the female gender as a whole, like, or in general, they're getting too cocky, right? And they're valuing themselves too much, and they're not, because of that, they're not privy to the consequences of any actions that they take, right? Oh, I sleep around with 50 dudes before I get married, right? It's you know, oh, it's no big deal, right? He's got to put up with that, right? Because I'm a woman and I can do whatever I want. My body, my choice, you know, things like that, right? Me too, or hashtag me too. It's, you know, it's a whole thing. So I'm wondering, because right now that's the dynamic. And so when those female robots come out and men are no longer beholden to the whims of a female, then how then what's going to happen? How is that going to change the dynamic that exists? Sure, women will do whatever they want over and over again for a time, but then they'll become 40 years old and they'll be single because nobody actually wants to be with them. Because why would I want to be with some, you know, dried up slut when I can be with an AI companion that's specifically designed to like me, that's in the body of a 20-year-old? I mean, and if every guy can have that, then can have access to that, then I mean, the need for women just stops existing, basically, in that sense. So not entirely, but for the most part it will. And so in that sense, those women who have been, you know, really cocky up until this point will become irrelevant, and they will then have to fight to try to gain relevancy again. And I believe it'll take an entire generation, but there are going to be women, there are going to be girls who will grow up in that society, who will be taught and who will firmly believe that I have to be the most appealing girl possible so that I can beat a robot, so that I can do better than a robot, and I can actually be, you know, cared for by another man, or you know, that another guy will actually desire me. And you know, these robots will create this high hurdle for women to jump over, you know, just to make it, right? And I think that kind of dynamic is going to be very interesting to see in the world. So, or maybe you're not going to have that, and maybe instead you're going to have women who give up on the prospect of, like, okay, maybe I'm not going to get with a real guy, and then, you know, they come out with male robots, and the women are like, okay, I'm just going to get with a male robot who won't care whatever I do, right? But who will still be emotionally supportive of me because it's an AI, it's designed like that. And so that's and so, you know, and maybe that's going to happen, and then we're going to have a situation like what Japan is in right now, because Japan is actually experiencing this. They're not Japan isn't experiencing, they don't have robots, but what's happening in Japan is that guys have their anime. They have their anime, and they have their anime figures and their body pillows and their dolls and all this sort of stuff. And the women the women who are getting into careers and dedicating their whole life to work, they have anime as well, but then they also have God, what's it called? Not geisha bars, but like host clubs. That's what it's called. They have host clubs. You guys know the anime Ouran High School Host Club. You guys at least know what kind of anime that is, right? It's a bishoujo anime. So, a host club in Japan is basically where there are female customers and there are guy employees at the club who are there to appeal to the women. They're there to socialize with the women and to drink with them and to socialize with the women and to drink with them and basically just give the women a good time, right? Not like that, but like in a social aspect. So, and a lot of these women will go to these host clubs very frequently, and they'll drop like hundreds of dollars a night on these host clubs because it gives them that semblance of having a relationship with a dude who's attractive and who's charismatic without actually having to have a relationship. So, and these dudes make a lot of money being that for women. So, being able to service them in that aspect. So that's what a host club is. Those are very popular in Japan amongst female, especially career women. So, and it plays into that instant gratification too of like, oh, I feeling lonely tonight. Let's just, I'm just going to go to the host club and have some attractive, charismatic guy hit on me and talk to me for a couple hours, right? And it's going to satisfy that need. So, but yeah, Japan is experiencing that in that aspect where both genders of people have found substitutes for actually being in a relationship. So, because I mean, to be honest, like being in a relationship is a lot of work. It's a lot of work, especially if the both people have like lives or they have social lives, they have careers. Especially in those situations, they it's difficult for them to maintain a relationship for a long time, and both people have to like each other and not get mad at each other, and this and that. So Japan has created substitutes for that, so people don't actually have to get in relationships. And lo and behold, you look up anything about Japan's birth rate, and it's a travesty, right? Japan right now has the lowest birth rate it's had since like its history, like since like in like the entire history of Japan. It's like the lowest birth rate possible. So, in fact, there are significantly more older people in Japan than there are younger people because the younger people aren't making babies. So, because they're not getting relationships because they don't need to, because there was a technological advance, not necessarily technology, but there was an advance in services provided that replaced the need for relationships. So, we're seeing the consequences of something like that happen in Japan without the existence of the AI robots. So back to America, what's going to happen? We don't have those services, but what's going to happen when we do come out with AI robots that fulfill those needs, right? I mean, there are guys out there who will have a relationship with a computer chip. I mean, right, if it can respond back to them, then the guy's pretty much set, right? He doesn't need anything else. So, I mean, there are things like that, and there are guys out there who all they need is a fleshlight and they're good to go, right? And those are like $60, so it's not that big of a cost. So it's becoming a problem now, but once those robots come out, it's going to be like an epidemic, and it's going to be really interesting to see what direction it goes. If it just goes the boring, like, oh, guys and girls don't need each other and they're just gonna go their own separate ways, so then humanity dies off in 100 years, that's gonna be kind of boring, to be honest. So I mean, that's gonna be a boring outcome, but I feel like that's what's gonna happen. So anyway, but yeah, anyway, so that's I went off a huge tangent there, my god. But that's essentially a consequence of all that. Anyway, what am I doing in this game? Wait, where am I supposed to go? Renoka may not be as prosperous as it used to be, but many still visit to pick up a souvenir from the Golem dungeon. Possibly even one from the closed dungeons if we're lucky. I mean, first of all, this is a really cute game, so I really like this. How come the girl villager didn't have a character portrait, but this guy does? Is this game gay? Are the only character portraits I'm going to see are dudes? Have you found any new culture artifacts in the dungeons, Will? No, I just started playing. I always found it fascinating how all the items we find in the dungeons appear to be from entirely different civilizations with unique cultures. That's really interesting. Character portrait, Telmo. Is this a guy or a girl? It looks like a guy. He looks like, he kind of reminds me of, Todd Howard. Creator of best-selling, CEO of Bethesda Studios and creator of such renowned games as Morrowind and Skyrim and Fallout. Will, I saw you in the dungeons earlier, mister. Did you bring me anything mysterious? Oh, that's all you think about, huh? How come all the guys get freaking character portraits? Masa, my son, when I find you. Oh, Will, have you seen Masa around by chance? Was he trapped in the dungeon? Masa's right here. Will, can we play tag next time I stop by your shop? Your son's right here. Oh, there's a hot springs? Cool. That's what I'd like to hear. The music's very pleasant. Dungeons. Oh, okay. I see. Renoka. What a town. I came from the capital just to get one of these cultural artifacts. Extremely popular there, could be only found here. Ah, see, there's your supply and demand. He's gonna get stuff from here and then transport it over there. This is what economics people did back in, Merchants and heroes. Only for heroes. I want to be a hero. No entry. In the tech dungeon, come on. Not recommended for merchants. Hey, don't tell me what to do. Hey, there's the fifth door. This fifth door nonsense. Alright, let's go, bye. Oh, it disappeared. Oh, I see. Ah, 4 cardinal directions. Okay, well, this is significantly easier than last time. Who is it? I can't see over there because my webcam. God dang it. Okay. Okay. This game is very similar to Binding of Isaac. Wait, did those like cost money or something? To the person who hopefully far better luck than I, my time is short. I took an injury from a strange creature across the room. My pendant, all but shattered from the scuffle. Check him out though. I'd say I fared better than he. He caught me spying on him near the Guardian's room. He dropped a couple items when he fled, one of which is this map, diagram. Whatever it is, I was right. They called me crazy, said old Crazy Pete done gone lost his marbles. This is Crazy Pete? But I was right. Each guardian of a dungeon must possess a key of sorts, all of them linked to that giant locked door outside, the 5th door of Runoka. Sadly, I won't be around to see the door open. To whoever found me, I apologize for the smell, but the diagram should be around here somewhere. Please open the 5th door to Runoka. These dungeons are not what they seem. Big boss gonna kill me. I suppose to let them all out. Now I have to chase this weird creature that stole my stuffs. Big boss gonna be so upset with little me. Oh. There's the map. Hey. What? Oh, I getcha. I getcha. Okay, so this is still the tutorial. Once I collect enough items, then I gotta hold circle to teleport back home. Yeah, man, go to town, whatever. Very nice. Hey, it's the old man. Dude, does my character not sleep? Like, if I'm running my shop by the day and I'm going to the dungeon by night, then when do I sleep? Oh, the young proprietor of the Moonlighter has returned. You looked intact. Finally learned to use that pendant? It's about time, my boy. What are you holding? Is that a chart of the dungeons? Where'd you get this? You found old Pete? Yeah, I found my grandpa. Dead. See, this is what happens when you chase what's behind that door. Dude, wasn't he like your friend? Leave it. Well, just go get the artifacts you need from the Golden Dungeon and look after Moonlighter. You're the one who told me about supply and demand. I gotta go in the other dungeons to get rarer stuff. Notice some posts on the town board that may interest you. Some shops want to move in, attempt to revitalize the town. Apparently they need some startup capital first. Would be nice to see some new life. How much capital do they need? $500? Dude, I don't have that much money. Oh, this is my own shop. This shop expansion allows merchants to decorate it to please their customers as well as additional space for the items. That's nice. Nice, okay, so I have goals here. I gotta collect a lot of money for... Gotta get a cloud bed. Feel protected even in the hardest of dungeons. Tired of your old weapon? I can solve that. Oh, cool. Okay, so they're like... They're not direct competitors to me. Because I'm an item shop. Boy, Renoka has seen better days. When your grandpa first opened Moonlighter, people from all over the lands would visit the shop. The hustle and bustle was constant, but now... Renoka, what a town. I came here from the... Oh, you're the same dude I talked to the other day. Okay. It said that even though heroes were seen as braver, merchants reached deeper parts of the dungeon. I guess if your livelihood depends on it, you make it happen. Oh my god, your son is like right here. What is wrong with you? Whatever, man. We're gonna... We're gonna sell stuff. Alright. This... Wait, okay, so... A tool with one simple purpose: to clean. At least, that is if held in untrained hands. Oh. Essential in brewing potions. Okay, crystallized energy. I'm gonna charge that probably 120. Yeah, 120. There we go. Alright, and then what else do I have? Okay, Teether stones. Wait, do I have to sell? Oh wait, it's... Oh, I sell them. Okay, well how about 100? They seem kind of common. We'll try 50. Then we have vines. Let's sell it at 50. Oh, wait. I want to sell rich jellies. Wait, they don't necessarily have to buy all 5 of them, do they? Rich jellies are going to be 80 each. Alright. Cool. Can I just put all my crap in here? Quick move all. There you go. Wonderful. Wait, why can't I sell? Why can't I sell? What? The hell? Why can't I sell? Oh, okay. Hello, welcome. Yeah, that's a wall, you stupid guy. Okay. They don't have to buy all of them. He's pissed that those jellies are that expensive. Oh, he's pissed. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The jellies The jellies could be cheaper. Here, they're 35. There you go. And this. Nah, we don't have to have that expensive. They could be, I don't know, 25. There you go. Hey, there you go. These can probably be like 25 as well. There you go. You're mad at that? What? What do you want from me? Ah, fine. Or do you want less items? God, these people are really driving a hard bargain. Okay, fine. God, you really want me to go freaking 5 per on this? Like, my god. And 10 per on this, huh? Come on, I changed the prices. Okay, good. He's gonna buy... He's mad at the jellies? Dude. Look. You really want me to sell them for 5? God damn it. I'm gonna put other stuff here. Oh, I don't have any items. You're mad at 10? Fine, I'll sell at 5. Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever. Okay. There. Look, they're all $5 each. Come on. Come on, buy my shit. These have got to be worth 30. Come on. This is rough. Yay. Hey, what a successful night. Okay, what do you want, lady? Okay. Maybe we'll go 20 on the gold bars. Or on the iron bars. There you go. Okay. These were fine at 5, weren't they? Oh, no, they weren't. God damn it. What, do I have to set them at like 2? Okay, he's happy with that. Hey, he's happy about those iron bars being at 20. Fine, whatever. Okay. Holy crap, I can't keep up with business. Okay, they're at 20. Whetstone. 10. I don't know, 50 for this? Who freaking cares? Oh shit. Those whetstones were way more valuable than that. Ah, frick. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, whatever. I made $1,100 tonight. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Alright, let's go to the dungeon. Oh, okay. Alright, let's go. Dungeon time. Loop-de-doo. Let's go. Let's go. Dungeon time. Call him Dungeon 1. Okay, we're gonna have to sell these whetstones for a little more then. Holy crap. Oh, there's another area over here. Okay. God damn it. Can you fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, revitalize me. Hell yeah. Thank god. Okay. Why? Why do our tools keep disappearing? Chambers full of precious stone left untouched, but rooms and chests holding our most basic tools keep vanishing. Dude, bro, that sucks. That sucks. Oh, shit. Duh. Wait, was that it for that boss? Oh, okay. Golem Dungeon 2. This is one of the strange devices that creatures drop when he fled. This one's rich, actually. Almost quite literally rich. For every item you place into this device, gold of some perceived value drops out. It's great if you need to use your pendant in a pinch. The device looks like a mirror, so I'm just going to call it the mirror. Keeping it simple. I do wonder, though, where the treasures dropped inside go. Am I getting the best deal here? Okay, so I can just sell my items directly. That's essentially what they're saying. Holy shit. Fuck. Yeah, we're retreating. I couldn't kill that shield guy. Rising of the shield guy. Yeah, whatever, man. The town. Tired of looking for items in the dungeon? Leave that other job to others and come to La Retard. Where you'll find the finest items in Roca. Oh no, that's gonna be my direct competitor. Anyway, we're gonna give this guy... Wait, why do I have minus 200 gold? Hey, must be Will, the one who requested my forge. Big swords. Hell yeah. You can use spears in this? Oh my god, they have different weapons? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, bows. Nice. Super cool. Oh my god, armor. Heck yeah, I want armor. Alright, I'm gonna need... Whoa, why is there so much? Wait, are these hats? Yeah, bandanas, okay. A crystallized energy. Golem core, oh jeez. I need the water spheres, I need the foundry sets. Rests. I need to keep my hardened steel. I mean, everything else I can pretty much... Or, I need to start collecting teeth stone again. Glass lenses? I don't know how much glass lenses sell for. 20 bucks? Eh. 30. I'm not really gonna have much to sell. The heck? What's the difference between these two broken swords? Whatever, we'll open shop. Oh shit. Ah, god damn it. Oh shit. No, I'm selling these at a loss. Okay. Oh shit, he liked the broken swords being that much? Ah shoot. Okay, fine, broken swords. Fine, they're going up to 20. Ah shit! Dang it, they're a deal at 20? These things are so common. Anyway guys, we're closing up shop. So... all my crap back there. Yeah, whatever, man. Okay. Dang it, I was selling at a loss. Entice customers to add an extra 10% tip when paying. Oh, okay. Quest points. customer requests. Yeah, that's cool. Le Retailer. Oh, a customer. My apologies, it's just this book. It's so good. Yeah, I'm Eris, the potion master. Come to this shop if you need a potion. Today I need a potion. Hey, is it very useful? Pepperoni pizza pasta? Heck yeah. The potions cost 118 per? What the hell? Alright, what do I need for my next weapon? Oh gods, that's right. I do kind of want just a big sword. I need vines, tether stone, and broken swords. Alright. Dude, sick. The storm sword. 512,000. Oh my god. 1,000 for $4,000 for some of this stuff. Holy hell. Okay, so if I learn how to block, then I should be good to go. I want more of this pasta. Oh my gosh. Okay. Mm. God damn it. Holy shoot, dude. That guy got 4 hits in. That is tough. What the frick? Okay, there's no point to this room. Oh. I didn't know I could actually get items from the stuff over here. Oh, I missed this chest. I missed this item too. What the heck? Good thing I came back. Today marks my first steps into the dungeons. They were discovered not far from Roka, a small and incredibly charming village north of the crater. They are quite a unique occurrence. Any number of adventurers enter the dungeon at once, but no one will adventure together. These dungeons seem to build themselves around the one entering. A unique maze for each person, never the same labyrinth twice. What if you hold hands when you enter? Then can you be together? One must ask though, if no one is currently inside, does it even exist? Now these are questions. If a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, does it even exist? Many right now are flooding to the dungeons for the treasure, completely disregard to the dangers. Just for gold and fame. No, it's all about questions. Where do the dungeons come from? Why are they constantly shift and change? Why are they filled with unseen treasures? I'm not here for the what, I'm here for the how and why. It's a good take. Alright, let's go. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh shit. Are you fucking... Enter? A white stone. Oh my god. Thank god. Why? Why do my tools keep disappearing? Huh. Wait. If the dungeon is randomly generated and specifically crafted for the person entering it, why am I finding all these notes from other people? If I'm the only one who exists in this version of the dungeon. Mysterious. Ooh. These rune tools and golem chisels are hard to find indeed. The old owner of the Moonlight shop said those artifacts can only be found in golden chests. Oh, okay. Ah, crap. Holy shit, okay. Fuck! Can you fuck off? Oh my god. I have 2 health left. Christ. Come on, rejuvenate me. Oh my god, I have 2 health left, no potions. Yeah, we're gonna have to leave. It costs 300 gold to use the teleport. That's really what it is. I didn't tell me that in the beginning. So it's gonna cost me 300 gold just to go through the dungeon. Oops. What kind of armor do I have on now? I have nothing. Okay. I need to save up my materials, particularly my iron and tetherstone. What do I sell and what do I save? It's a question for the ages. Looks like I need these iron bars. I really shouldn't have sold so many of them. Okay, I'm probably not going to use bows, so I'll sell my branches. If I run... I don't know what kind of armor I want to do. Because I want to do big swords. Because that's epic. But big swords come with a speed debuff of -10. I want to be fast. I want to go in there real fast, hit him with my sword, the well-timed attack, and then run away. $4,000 though, Jesus Christ. Okay. bless you. Thanks. Why is this so expensive? Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go a speed build. So... I'm gonna need fabric, water spirits, and the little cookie crumbs for all these. And then I'm gonna go big swords, which means I'm gonna need... Eight and 4. Vines, tether, and broken swords. Wait, I need more potions. I don't have any jellies on me? Okay. I can just up and buy one if I don't have the jellies. No thanks. Fine. Wait. Why do I have a second training sword? What the frick? Why do I have a broom spear? What the frick? Exchange of gold. It would have been really nice if they had told me it was an exchange of gold. We're gonna test the waters. 150. I don't need a second one of these, so... Yay, they're buying my... Okay, so this guy isn't 150. We'll put him at 100 then. Plant flesh. Let's make it 20. And then just one whetstone. He didn't like the whetstone being at 40. Hey, it sells for 110. Very nice. Gosh, shit. Those things are actually really valuable. Bro, oh my god, okay. Fine, we're making it friggin' 70. Fine. 40 was a steal. $20? Good merchant. Sell 20 items for the perfect price. Buy the sword! Well, I don't have any items left, so you bozos are gonna have to friggin' buy something. Unbelievable, you guys. Holy crap. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Come on, Grandma. I know you want a sword and shield. Nah, whatever. I'm done. I'm done. Wait. $110 was a good price for this. Very useful for crafting magical stuff. Oh no. I gave it away for 30. Fine, I guess I can't sell my training sword. Alright, time to go to the dungeon. I have a bad habit of like I'll save games. Like I'll save games to play because you know at the moment it's like, oh, I don't you know, oh, I might not feel like, you know, oh, that I'm gonna appreciate like a game. Dang, I needed that. You know, in the moment, I might not feel like I appreciate, or yeah, you know, what was I saying? I feel like I'm not going to appreciate a specific game that I, you know, if I play right now, so I save it up. I do the same thing with anime. It's like, oh, I'm waiting for myself to be in the right mindset to watch a specific show or something. But the problem is that I end up never playing the game, or I never end up watching the show, so... This was a similar case with Moonlighter. It's like, oh, whenever it went on sale, I was never in the right mind space to play it. And then, you know, 2 years goes by and I don't play it, so... But this is a fun game, and so, you know, I'm playing it now, and it's like I've hyped this game up in my mind so much of like, oh, I've waited 2 years to play this. And it's just, it's an okay game. Like, I don't have any criticisms for this game. It's very, like, slow burning, for sure, but, no. It's a very slow burning game, for sure, but but, you know, it's fine. I have no complaints, but at the same time, it's not, like, spectacular, you know? So, it's like I hyped this game up in my mind, and then I'm now playing it, and it's like, oh, okay, you know, it's a cool game. I could have played this last year, you know, because it's a fine game, right? I don't know if that makes any sense. But anyway, I did this with anime, too, like Demon Slayer. I've been like, oh, I'm not, you know, I gotta get in the right mind space to watch Demon Slayer. And... so I haven't watched it, you know, and it's the same with other things. So. Like Attack on Titan, the only reason why I was able to actually watch Attack on Titan was because I didn't actually have, like... I didn't care about Attack on Titan, so... because I had already read the manga. So I was like, oh, I'll just watch the anime, whatever, right? So... I didn't care about that, but it shows that I do care about that I end up not watching it all. Because it's like, oh, I gotta wait till the perfect moment to watch it. And then, of course, that moment never comes, because when is there a perfect moment to watch something, right? So, as long as you're not feeling sick or distracted, then you can do anything, and you'll get relatively the same amount of enjoyment out of it, compared to if you had done it at any other time. These rune crystals and golem chisels are hard to find. Are you fucking... go away. God damn it, what? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Those things just stuck onto me. For some reason, I can't use my health potion for some reason. I couldn't use a health potion. God damn it, it just fucking... There's no avoiding it. Holy shit. I don't... This game is really brutal. Okay. What the hell? Can I exit this way? Oh my god, what if I don't have enough money to leave the dungeon? What happens then? Okay, I can go through the walls. Oh shit. Okay, for some reason it only costs 200 right now to leave. Is it like based on the number of items that I pick up or based off the number of enemies that I kill? They sure don't tell you anything in this game. Not taking any chances. It's freaking vines, dude. Okay, I need 5 of those. I don't like the spears. Could make this. I need the fabric, that, and that. Okay. So I can sell 8. Alright, I only need to keep 5 of the steel. Okay. So what can I sell? I can sell plant flesh, golem cores, empowering crystals. Broken sword. I need those rich jellies. Those are going to be my potions. Alright. Empowering crystals, crystallized energy. Teeter stone. I'm going to experiment with the white stone. And people were pretty happy with 55. Empowering crystal. So we'll go 100 first. Okay. Exit? Wait, why? This game doesn't tell you anything, dude. Is it daytime or nighttime? Oh, it looks like it's still... What time of day is it? It's January 6th at... Do I have to go in the dungeon again? Pew, do, 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 do. Can you please? Finally. God damn it! Fucking get off! Holy hell. What is this, like a puzzle? $200 to get out of here. Alright. So I was attacked by a moving rock. Can you imagine? A rock that moves. Did what any sensible person would do and hit it back. It shattered upon the ground, leaving behind a stone heart, a core as we'd call it, one of the many unique treasures that can only be found in the dungeon. Dropped by a guard, unique only to this dungeon. I have to say each of these dungeons have a very particular environment, a culture of its own. Yeah, I bet it does. Are you fucking... Oh my god. What's in here? The hell? It's probably gonna be a lot of that. Can I sell my shit, please? I kept everything on my top bar. Okay. Lesson learned. I gotta put everything on my top bar. Open the shop. Quick move, quick move. Whoops, no. We're not selling jellies. Up, 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 up. Hey, empowering crystal for 100. He liked the broken sword for 50. Okay, white stone we're gonna say is 80. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, you're staring at my wall, huh? If you ain't gonna buy something, get out. Yeah, he likes that white stone for 80. Okay, the white stone is now going to be at 200. Wow, they liked this at 300, huh? How about 350? Boo doo, doo 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 doo. Come on, old man. I have a second white stone over here that's triple the price of the first one you paid. Okay, this white stone is... Boo, 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 boo. Maji desu ka? Fine, white stone's 250 then. Jesus. Okay. Okay, good. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Cool. Saver. Collect more than 5,000 gold. Whoopie-doo. Yay! I did it. Oh, is everything in my inventory? Awesome. Alright. Three of those, and then... We'll buy this, the leather armor. Yep. None of these increase defense. What? Why do none of these increase defense? That doesn't make any sense. What is this defense stat? Okay. 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 That's what you need to do then, huh? Is you need to give empowering crystals to this chick for 2,000 gold, and then she's gonna do that. Craft me some fresh potions. Just 3. Yeah. Thanks, lady. There you go. Alright. Awesome. Nope. I want the comfy bed. Extra health in the morning. Looks like I'm eventually going to form a successful business. Eventually. Hey, I need vines. Here are vines. Hey, look at those. Yay, stuff. That is a chest. Holy shit! Go away. Oh my god, okay. Let's do a mimic. You're joking, okay. Oh my god. Can you... Are you joking? How are you supposed to kill this thing? Oh, you lead him into a wall. Holy crap. Oh my god, okay. How about another book? They're like moths. Moths to the flame, these adventurers. So attracted to the dungeons, so many will burn. Luckily, if you pass out in the dungeon from exhaustion, it spits you out eventually. It's a messy ordeal. One eventually wakes up outside the dungeon with only small traces of slime. Any injuries may have accumulated. Some that left the dungeon never returned, but plenty stuck out. Many enjoy the thrill of the fight. Many look for that beautiful play. It's really more to the dungeons, though. Yeah, dungeons. Alright. Shit. Holy crap. Okay. Fine. Clash shards. Hey, rune tools. Very nice. Alright. We can get rid of this. Okay. There's nothing down there. Column eggs. I don't want to get rid of any of this stuff. No idea what petals do. Is that a spear? Yeah, that is a spear. What the heck? Training spear. How powerful is this? It's better than the broom, that's for sure. Let's sell the broom. Well, actually. Yeah, let's sell the broom. $13 gold, good enough. Oh, this is way better. What the heck? This is so much better. I like this spear. Ugh, Need to shave. Hey, hot spring. There's a piece of paper on the floor. Tools keep disappearing. Sure, whatever. Nice. Alright. I don't have any room. Oh my gosh. Okay. Very useful in the crafting of magical what? Weapons. Okay, okay. Wait, how many do I have there? 3? $200. Ugh, God. Ooh. Oops. Bye-bye. Zoom zoom. I killed all those enemies. Oh boy. Boom boom boom. Hey, look at that. What the frick? What's this saying? What is this? Oh, so I can turn my eggs into... Hey, I like spears now. Oh, I can make a spear. Ooh. Oh my god, okay. Hey lady, I need you to enhance my armor. Yeah, you like your book. Alright. 2,000 bucks. Well, we'll do it tonight then. Oh, lady, I need you to make more potions for me. Just a couple. Very nice. Nice. She has an exclamation point over here. I don't know what that means. Okay, well first off, I need to... like this, and then fabric, foundry resets, glass lens, rune tools, water spheres, and these. And we're saving crystals too. Okay. Everything else I can sell, maybe? Okay. Okay, these are less than 1250. I know that. Well, let's sell what I know. Boo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Open shop. I might be flooding the market with too much. Yay. The little scraps of metal are high in popularity. Oh wait, I'm gonna sell 50? Yeah, sure, whatever. We're gonna go 400 on this. And same with this, 400. Wow, those sell for 400? What the heck? That's just a shot in the dark, but my god. Ah, shit. Those sell for 400 too. Oh my god. Holy crap. Fine, we're going 200 then. $200 is an acceptable price for that? Oh my god. I made $7,000 today. Very nice. Alright, this game's starting to escalate a little. Oops. I want to keep these. I need one more leather. Oh, if I had kept that leather from the dungeon. Oh well. I don't know what these conductors are. I want to try a big sword. Yeah, enhance my armor. Yeah, sure, whatever. Goodbye. Let's go. Boy, boy, boy. Alright, I want to go to the second level now. Start getting better items. I still got hit by that? The heck? It took my item. It's weird. Gold runes. Heck yeah. Wow, really? More lore. Yeah, moss to the flame.
Oh.
Oh boy, there's more of the dungeons than there seems. There we go. Okay. I got the big sword! Yes! Yes! The big sword. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. The big sword. Yeah. Ah, fantastic. I'm so happy I got the big sword. Yeah. Thank God. Whew. Big sword. Hmm. Yeah, we did it. It's not gonna recover anymore. Alright. Time for level 2. There we go. I don't have a big enough backpack. Destroy one artifact. How many teeter stone is it? 10? There. And then... Another training sword and shield. I don't need this. Left or right of the bag, okay. What the fuck? Did I just separate it into 3 different things? Ah, shit. Okay, what am I... Crap. Great, so now I can only take one of these with me. Whatever, we'll take the one with the more stacks. Holy crap. I thought the rock was protecting me. Oh my god, okay. We're going home. Oh, they're white stones. Very nice. Very nice. They're eggs. There are 13 of them. I already have 3. Oh, fun. The forge is ablaze and ready for you to be a face. Alright. I don't know what those semiconductors are. I don't think the damage output is necessarily worth it compared to... Well, I don't get that option now. I realize I forget... Oh wait, no, I have an extra sword and shield here. Okay. Iron bar. Can I really not... Huh, okay. Broken sword. No. Okay. These items are all under 3,000 gold. We'll try 400 with those, with the runes first. $275. Okay, so probably 250 then. Open up shop. Like how this implies that like there's just a line of people outside. For real? You're not gonna pay freaking $250 for this? You're not gonna pay 400 for these freaking... Okay, he likes it when they're 200. Wow, okay, fine. Oh boy, let's make some money today. Making some beeps today. Oh my god. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. He's thinking arm, or he's thinking sword and shield and stuff. Dude, there's that guy freaking is disappointed. He wanted a black, or he wanted like weapons. Bwom bwom. I like how the grandma got to the cash register first, but she was waiting for the other person to get in line in front of her. Yeah, buy all my gold bars. Oh boy. Oh, okay. You really like those iron bars, huh? This guy really wants weapons. Cash money. Boo doo doo doo. I don't know if like my TV is dimming or if the game is just night. Yeah, that lady waited for the grandpa. Well, I got nothing left, so... Yeah, I technically need everything else, so... Hey, time to close shop. Hey, look at that, I made $6,000 today. Whoopie-doo. Alright. Yep, craft some gear. I need... I suppose one of these. Yeah. Fabric bandana, there we go. Yes, I have seen Masa, you freaking guy. Enhance this armor, uh-huh. Now I got 45 defense. Did she raise the price? There we go. Can I could upgrade both of these. I really do like the spear. Yeah, I'll upgrade the spear. That sounds fun. Yeah, warrior spear. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go fight some enemies now. Nice. I could one-shot them. More lore. We already read this one. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Well, it wasn't in here. Thank God they actually separate the dungeons. There's no way. Wow. None of them led to the boss room, alright. This one did. Wow, I just two-hit combo that guy. Okay, this weapon is kind of powerful. That's gonna destroy. Let me. It's like a puzzle. Okay. There you go. And now you can stack it. Very nice. Upon returning to town, I was like, no. Destroys one artifact in the direction of. Okay. So that's what we do. This is what we like to do on this channel. We like to joke around on this channel. You know what? We can just sell this. 64 coins. Very nice. Oh, the boss room already? Nice. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Ah, Jesus Christ. How are you supposed to time that? Damn it. I almost had the timing correct. Hit him! Oh my god. Holy hell. Okay, I... That was kind of tense. It feels as if we're fighting an invisible enemy. Every time a room is left empty of people, it seems to vanish, replaced by another chamber that's already been ransacked. Dude, that sucks. I have too many things. I don't need teeth stone. Grape jellies. The heck? One more item dropped by a strange jelly creature. It's a little straightforward than the mirror. Similar to Penance, if given enough gold, we can satisfy the portal, but there's a big but. The portal remains open after use, meaning one can travel back to the very spot they departed. Very convenient. Oh, cool. Okay. 2,000? You know, that's gonna be worth it, though. I might use that right now, actually. Can I sell everything in my inventory for 2,000? These sell for 200 each. So that's 1,000, 2,000 already. And then 2,800. The answer is yes. I can sell everything in my inventory for exorbitant prices, which means that returning right now. Yep. The portal stays. Hey, look at all those enemies I killed. 37 of them. Look, well, Will, what can I do for you? I need 4 chisels? Really? My god. Okay, they look relatively the same. Do you guys remember when I was playing the game Salt and Sanctuary? It's kind of like this dark 2D game. It's hack and slash. It's like a 2D side scroller, like a Mario game, except it was like very dark and grim. But like you had weapons. I had like sword and shield and dodge roll and stuff like that. And it's kind of a weird art style. Anyway, Salt and Sanctuary is a great game. I loved it. It had like bosses and stuff. They actually came out with the sequel, Salt and Sacrifice. Very exciting. I'm like super pumped for it. So they came out with it earlier. I wanted to play it. It's like $20, which is fine. It's a fine price. It's a fine price. What the? It didn't move it? What the hell? There we go. Now I can see. Oh, actually, never mind. I can't see what I'm doing. Whoops. Ah, yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna try to sell those glass lenses today. And we'll sell some jellies too. And we'll sell some of these too. And we'll try to sell... Actually, to be honest, I don't want to run Greatsword, so... This stuff just, they don't like auto stack these to like the proper proportions. Okay, this is what I'm selling today. Oh, this dude's gonna want big great sword. There you go. Oh, what do I want to charge for this? I don't know. I would probably pay 1,000. So Okay, there you go. Really, bro? You're not gonna pay 1,500 for the stupid greatsword? $1,200. This is as low as I'm going. Oh my god. Fine. You don't get the greatsword then. You fucking guy. I have other things to sell to other customers. How much is this gonna sell for? Oh my god. Okay. So I could probably go like... $150. Wait, 43? What the hell? No. Oh my god, my webcam's in the way. I can't freaking see anything. There you go. Why did it not? It literally... Okay. Move display right here. Okay, there you go. $150. They're very happy about those broken swords. Whoa, you won't even pay $150 for it? Fine. 100. That's as low as I'm going, though. There you go. Nothing else to sell, right? Yeah, no, not really. Okay. I could start selling the lamps. Alright, we'll start at 250 then. Come on in, guys, buy a lamp. Buy a lamp. Yeah, that's a lamp. Hey, he likes a lamp. Alright. Okay. That's all I'm selling. I got a green bar underneath me. Alright guys, time to close shop. Yay, I made $6,000 today. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking to craft better gear. I want to test out these claws, but to test out a weapon, it's so expensive. Ooh, 16,000. No way, brother. Alright. Bye-bye. Ah, shit. Shit. God damn it. I was supposed to take my own portal. Oh my fucking god. Can't believe I screwed that up. Gotta move my webcam again? No, I can't cover my map. Damn it, I didn't take my own freaking portal. I don't even know if it's still gonna be there. Upon return to town. I just gotta speed through this. Yeah, you want me to fight monsters? I'm not fighting monsters. Oh boy, it's like the DVD screen. It's like the DVD loading screen or whatever. I need a bigger backpack. That's what I need. There we go. Anything useless? Yep, these. Alright. Upon returning to town, I don't need that. To be honest, I don't need this. It's a bunch of lamps. Okay. Okay, wow, okay, what do I get rid of next? Those sell for $2.50 each. These sell for like nothing. So we can sell these. What the hell? You're joking. The frick is this? Golem History 1. What? Can I read it? I want to read it. Oh shit. The hell? Please? Ash, what the hell? Why is there this ghost? It's fucking ghost, man. Oh my god, it's gonna keep following me. Okay. No, it destroyed my chest. Oh. Why? God, go away! Go away. Go away. Is this thing gonna chase me for the rest of the game? You're joking, okay. A rest point, okay. Please heal me. I need this, okay. What do I get rid of? I don't know what I get rid of. Oh my god. Probably water spheres. Wait, what did I just pick up? Oh. I don't want these. Yeah, whatever, man. Is my portal here? No. Of course it's not. Of course not. Okay. That was a waste of 2,000 gold then. Come on. They sell for 200 each. The energy crystals only sell for 100 each, so... If I got rid of all 5 of them, per se... This is not giving me good returns. This is becoming not worth it. 26. Holy crap. 79, there we go. Now I can afford the Merchant's Emblem. Yep. 2,000 buckaroonies. Yep, I destroyed X number of people. Alright. Okay, I have to remember to take that next time. These sell for 250 each. So put those there. Golem history. We all come from dirt. Life itself is dirt. A cycle of birth and decay. Something no man, woman, or even stone can escape. Alright, there you go. And then... over the shop. Okay. That's all I'm selling today. Alright, cool. I'll try to put Golem History at like 2,000 or something. Brum, brum, brum. They get in line in the order that they pick up the items off the shelf. Okay, this is going for... This is the most expensive item, so we're gonna go... Okay, I'm putting it here because I can't see. We're going 2,900. Fine, 2,500 then. What? Does 200 not cut it for swords anymore? $2,500 for the Golem History month, or Golem History. That's it, boys. I made $10,000 today. Wow, I only had 7 coins on me. You're like, well, Will, what can I do for you? You don't have enough golem chisel for that. Well, armor number 1 is $4,000, and armor number 2 is $44,000. So I don't think I'm getting that anytime soon. Seems like the first upgrade is all that I'm gonna be able to. You don't have enough training gloves. I want to try the gloves, but I mean, it's not that much. Yeah, sure, whatever. Them's fighting gloves. Oh, these are kind of lame, actually. I need something with a sweep. My sword does the trick? Okay. These train gloves suck. Actually, you know what? There you go. At least I'll get my money back for them. Nope. I gotta go to my portal. Here we go. Boom, boys. Let's go. Wish the portal stayed forever, but it isn't. Yeah, it disappears. After one use? Oh, they're giving me the whole map already? Alright, well, we're just gonna go up then. Oops. Come on. Come on. The sound sounds kind of muffled. Shit. God fucking damn it. It's a pendant, okay. Artifact in direction shown becomes this artifact. What do you mean by that? Do you mean I get a duplicate of the book? Or do you mean that the book becomes this? Freaky Friday. The wording on that is confusing. God damn, get off of me! Today we introduce our stone golems. Doesn't stop the changers from vanishing, but at least they will give our thieves a good thrashing in the process. Okay, I still don't understand this. Artifact in the direction shown becomes this artifact upon. What is this artifact, though? It's just a map. Oh, wait. I can... Old golem minion design. Oh, I see. Instructions on how to make a living golem. Okay. So... we'll put it here. That sounds fair. Alright. Oh my god. Go away. Alright, let's see how hard this boss is. What the heck are these? Crystal rocks? Nah. There you go. That shit. What the hell is this? The Golem King. Oh my god, okay. Ooh. I don't know, is he gonna shoot a laser beam at me? Yeah, he did. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh shit. Too much waiting. There you go. What a boss. Oh boy. Yay, big treasure chest. Oh, don't destroy those. The heck? What's this ball? Oh my god. Golem History 1 and 3. Holy crud. Okay, there's nothing down there. An amulet? Ah, shit! Oh, okay, I can still access a chest, okay. I think that boosts the owner's health, but also adds weight. The weight of a golem? Oh, it's just minus 10 speed. Okay. But my current stuff is 8, 8, and 4, so... I mean, it only gives me 35 health. Whatever. There we go. There we go. Yay. Alright, cool. That is a lot of monies. Good thing I used my teleport thingy. Boom. Let's go. Yeah, I killed 10. I killed 10 enemies. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey, got the first key of 5. Hey, Grandpa, I did it. I'm on my journey to become a Pokemon Master. It was you, wasn't it, Will? It was you, Ash, that caught all 165 Pokemon in the Zoho region. The one who defeated the Golem King. Boy, you put yourself in such unnecessary danger. A lock on the door opened. Maybe Pete was onto something. Regardless, just leave it. I'm gonna continue to tell you what to do. Pete didn't heed our warnings, and he died. Due to the buzz your heroics are creating, the town has decided to reopen the forest dungeon. But with the Golem King dead by your hands, now's a great time to focus on your shop. Just stop fighting. Expand the shop a bit. Town board should have contractors available. So much strange travelers looking to set up shop as well. He's gonna craft odd ornaments. Could make great decorations. I won't have your demise on my shoulders, boy. Oh, look how cute my pets are at the top of the screen. Aw, look how cute those are. Yay. Got a little slime. Got a little drone. And got a little beat bop. Beep bop. I am hearing you defeated the Golem King. A merchant, not a hero. These are interesting times indeed. What is a hero but a man? We heard someone defeated a huge guardian? Dude, that happened like yesterday. Or that happened freaking last night. How did you guys already hear about this? I'm not... It's my competitor. Upgrade my shop, though. The iron cash register. Guts. No one's ever defeated a guardian before. Really? No one's defeated a guardian before? That guy just stood still. Nope. Enchantments. Nope. L to the M to the A to the O. LMAO. LMAO. Some old recipes are popping up. That's wonderful. Wow, I did it. Killed the first boss. That's wonderful. Uh-huh. Okay. Pichu Pichu. Pichu Pichu. I need to put that there. We'll just put all of them there. Hey, I got 3 old golem minion designs. Hardened steel. Who knows what I might need it for? Boo doo boo doo boo. Crystal energy. You look well today. Can I interest you in the dick? Yeah, sure, whatever. Is this the one that I want? I'll decide later. Alright, everyone. I've opened my library. Okay. Um, I don't know, we'll try 2,000 for this. Sell the other stuff as well. Actually, he's angry that I would charge such a ridiculous price for this book. Wow, they really do not want these. Okay, fine. $500 each then. $500. Come on. Come on, I had to kill the king for this. Oh. Wait, he liked... Alright. $800 then for that. Oh my god, fine. Holy crap. $300 for a stupid book. I don't care. Oh my god. They're so greedy. This is gonna be 400 then. Same with this. Come on, buy my ancient golem manuscripts. That's what everyone wants, right? He loved that. Fucking... This one's gone up to 1,000 then. And then this one is... Now is a great time to focus on your shop. I know that you have to close your shop during the evening and you have this big block of time to go to the dungeon, but don't go to the dungeon. Yeah, whatever, man. I don't care anymore. Golem King energy crystals. We'll sell this for 1,000? I don't know. A huge crystal with enough energy to power the enormous Golem King. You'd think that that would be a little more valuable. Anyway, this is probably going to be 500. I'm bumping this up to 12. There you go. Oh my god, he loved it at 12. Fine, I'm doing like 2,000 for it then. Or 1,600. There you go. Oh my god, she loved it at 500. God dang it. Holy crap, how much are these energy crystals worth? And we're going up to 2,000. That's my final offer. I need the energy crystal of the Golem King. Oh, are you saying I could have sold it for possibly $3,000? Okay, shop's closed. Oh, can I sell this actually? Not. We're going like $4,000 for this. All right. Okay, okay. Made 19,000 today. Wonderful. To be honest, I kind of want to make my spear the one that does the effects, and then I want my big boy sword to be the big boy sword. There's no... Let's go. Oh boy. What time is it? 4? Yay, forest level. In Spelunky, the forest level was the second level as well. Alright, take it all. Cool. Ooh. I'm a fuzzy TV. Patterns! These dungeons do have patterns. You may think it's random, it may even be chaotic. But no, it's quite the opposite. There's reason in repetition. This is a divine guide. A template of sorts followed every time the dungeon rebuilds itself. We know there are 3 floors to a dungeon, but have you noticed how this healing hot spring appears on every floor? And how it always appears on the path towards the next floor? Placed not to assist and heal, but also to guide. These dungeons basically want you to find the treasure. Thanks for telling me. It's like the guy had the leaf weapon, the Korok leaf from artifact breaks if you receive too many hits. Destroys one artifact in its direction. What is this? Oh, jeez. It makes attacks more powerful, but consumes my health as well. Hey, they put me at floor number 2. Very nice. fun weapon. Whoa, what? Okay. None of those were the right direction, so I gotta go this way. God damn it! Fuck! Fuck! Get me out of here! You son of a fucking... God fucking damn it! Those stupid ass slimes. Oh my god, you can't be serious. No, just go to town. Holy crap. Fine, whatever. I don't deserve happiness, do I? Nope, never. What do you have to say? Huh? I don't look well at all. God damn it. I lost my sword and shield. I don't want to play anymore. That is really upsetting. Oh my god. So stupid slimes, they latch onto you, you can't do anything. The slime latched onto me while I was over a puddle of poison. And so I got ticked damage for the slime twice because the slime latched onto me, let go, and then 1 frame later latched onto me again, and I got ticked for the poison every single time, both times. So that was, that was like 100 damage, and my potions only do 40. So, well, oh well. Times a 4. I have a hot pocket. Whoopie doo. I had to shower. Oh my gosh. I haven't wanted to shower because of my burn, but I think I just gotta raise my arm while I'm in there and do it one-handed. Ugh. What a pain. Blisters heal, right? Oh, that's kind of a... Blisters heal, right? Wait, shut up. It's weird to think, because like when you heat things up, they bubble, right? Water boils and it bubbles up. Cheese, right? If you melt cheese, then it bubbles when it gets really hot. Things like that. So your skin does it too. Blisters are basically just your skin cells got heated up, and so they start bubbling. That's one way to get blisters. There's other ways to get blisters too, but... On Monday, I have to call around. Still thinking about that tiny house idea that I have. Maybe I can put my webcam better spot. There we go. The problem is with a tiny house, I can't. It's the zoning laws. So yesterday I mentioned how each city or each country or each I mean not country county, each city or county has its own zoning ordinance, meaning that if you want to build a house, you gotta follow the city's rules, right? Of like, oh, it's got to be a certain length and width and certain area, and it needs to have this and that and all this sort of stuff, right? That drives up the cost. The problem that I'm realizing is because yesterday we were looking at, viable options, and the thing is that there is a viable option. They had those build it yourself tiny house kits for like $5,000. You could build, they give you all the materials and you just build this little dwelling, right? This little house. It's this kit, it has all the wooden planks and everything. And you just build this little dwelling, right? Something like maybe slightly less than the size of my room, and you're good to go, right? So you would think that, okay, you buy the land and you get one of these kits, right? These do-it-yourself, build-your-own-house kits, and you're good to go. The land is 5,000. The kit is another 5. So, after 10,000 bucks, I can have my own house. It's not going to have electricity or water or cooking or air conditioning or heating or a driveway or anything. The things probably won't even have insulation in the walls. Like that's what we're talking about. But you're not homeless. That's like the whole thing, is that you're not homeless, and of course you have that temporarily, and then you use that as a stepping stone to then set yourself up for better, right? If it's going to take me 3 years to save up for this instead of 2, then maybe after 2 years I can, or even after 1 year, or even today, I could go and do this and, build this little crappy dwelling that has no amenities, no utilities, no none. And, that in a car, and I'm good to go, right? For now. And then, I work a job and I save up, and then, eventually I can upgrade. Add solar panels for electricity and air conditioner and insulation, yada yada. That would be a viable solution. The problem is that my hair is so long. I really need a haircut. The problem is that the city won't allow it. Most cities will not allow you to do that. If you buy a piece of property, then if you build something on it, it has to meet their specifications. One of those $5,000 build yourself at your own house kits doesn't meet the specifications. It's not big enough for their standards, because their standards were, what did they say, 360 square feet? That would be like almost triple the space, or the amount of one of those build it yourself kits. Not only do you need to have a bigger house, which is not something I'm keen on, right? I couldn't live in my bedroom. If I had a toilet, a sink, a shower head, the shower head can be outside for all I care. And like a little countertop for like a microwave and a propane stove, then I don't need anything else, right? That's like, and one electrical outlet. I don't need anything else, right? That's all I would need is something the size of my room. But no, they're asking for triple that for a house, right? For a residence. The thing is, you could technically buy a piece of land and build something on top of it, and you'll probably be fine, but it will be, technically, it will be illegal to live in it. That's what it is. It'll be illegal to live in it. You can visit and you can use it as a place area, right? Like, you know, I can live in my first house and then, you know, drive over there with my kids for a day of playing in the sun with my little shack there or whatever. But you're technically not allowed to live in it. You're not allowed to sleep in it for an extended amount of time. You're not allowed to use it as an address, as a residence, you know, any of that, because it's not up to code. And their code, they justify it by saying like, oh yeah, you know, we have these standards because a house needs to be proper to live in, so, you know, if it catches on fire, you're not trapped, and, you know, it has proper running water and sewage, so you're not polluting the land, and yada yada. That's all a bunch of baloney. It's half true. The other half that's not true is that that's not their real intention. The real intention is that I mean, maybe it's not intentional, but what they're doing with that is they're driving up the cost of being able to build. And by doing that, by making it more expensive to build a house because you need to put more money in order to satisfy their qualifications, you know, to satisfy the rules of the code, it prevents poor people from building their own houses. That's what it does. If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're spending most of your income on rent and bills already, and you're only saving up like $50 a month, you know, to put to the side because, oh, one day I'm going to own my own house, you're going to be saving up for the rest of your life. Like, there's no doubt about it. You're living paycheck to paycheck. You're never going to achieve it, because you're never going to achieve being able to build your own house because because the cost of entry is too high. So what's the conclusion to that? The conclusion to that is that only rich people can build houses. That's what the conclusion is. Only rich people can build houses. They have deforestation laws, which means that I cannot cut down most of the trees on my property without express permission from the city. So I can't, you know, harvest my own lumber if that's what I'm going to do. They have laws, the zoning ordinance laws, where I have to make the house a certain size and it has to have certain amenities onto it or whatever. So even if the land itself is cheap, you know, the barrier of entry is going to be, you know, to make it legally livable is, you know, extremely high, because I have to have it be, you know, it has to be 360 square feet. It has to be connected to the public water and sewer system. Or if I'm going to dig a well, which is very expensive, I'm going to need to, you know, there's certain rules behind that. I mean, according to the PDF document on their code, your land needs to be a certain size in order for them to allow you to dig a well on your property. And there's a bunch of baloney, because the water, like, why they are preventing me. They're saying it's illegal for me to dig a hole on my property to get the water from underground on my property, right? Nobody's touching that water. Nobody cares about it, right? I'm only going to use a little bit of it for a shower every day and to drink. And they're saying, no, it's illegal, right? You're, you know, you got to own 4 plots of land before we'll let you build one well, right? So they're increasing the barrier of entry significantly by doing that. It already costs a lot of money to dig a well. I mean, we're not in the times where you can just go out there with a shovel. I mean, technically you could, but you need a long ass ladder in order to get back up. It's, I mean, it's technically possible, I suppose, but yeah, so it's technically illegal to build a well. And I've watched YouTube videos of people complaining about this because they'll own a piece of land in like Idaho in the middle of nowhere, and there is still a law that prevents them from doing anything with their land in the middle of nowhere. A piece of land that nobody's even thought about for the last 200 years. And there's still laws that are preventing you from doing that. And the thing is, if you break those laws, yeah, sure, you might not get caught ever, or at least for a while. But the thing is, if you do get caught, then if you do get caught doing anything that breaks their code or whatever, then they have the right to revoke your land and your property, and they'll charge you a hefty fine, you know, for breaking the law. It could be up to like thousands of dollars. So you're trying to save money by circumventing their stupid little rules. Well, they're going to charge you anyway. It's another reason why it's another reason why this all points to them saying building is only for the rich. That's what it is. Building's only for the rich. If you break a law, it's going to cost you money. If you try to save money, it's going to cost you money. If you follow the rules, it's going to cost you money. Right? So. The thing is, I mean, technically I could do it. Judging from the prices that were online, I could do it. I'm gonna make some calls on Monday. See what's going on. With that, I actually gotta write a reminder. Bring myself down. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? It's under my pillow. The Fortnite community is waiting for you. I play one game of Fortnite, and they're just gonna advertise it to me forever. Visa Verde. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to call about that too. I got a call to like triple check that my student loans are gonna be paid for. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so I can do it according to the costs. If I call around and the conclusion is like, oh yeah, you know, we can, for a fee, which is going to be thousands of dollars a fee, for a fee we can get you hooked up to the public water and sewer and electric. That's gonna be like, okay, great. Because honestly, like, it seems like for my electricity needs, it's gonna be cheaper for me to just simply hook up. Like, it would be cheaper for me to hook up to the electricity and then just pay every month for electricity instead of buying solar panels. Because solar panels, it seems like, from what I can tell, I'm gonna have to, I mean, I'm probably gonna be dropping like $10,000 to $15,000 on solar panels. And the thing is, with solar panels, there are going to be days where it's cloudy, and there are going to be days where, you know, you can't do anything with it or whatever. So obviously, even if I hook up to the electric, I can get solar panels later, and then my electricity usage from the main source will be, you know, will lower significantly, so I can eliminate my electric bill. But if I gotta be hooked up to public water and sewer anyway, then this doesn't matter. And the fact that I'm gonna be running one, maybe two gaming setups and an air conditioner and a heater, like, for the majority of the time. Air conditioner or a heater the majority of the time. So I'm gonna be very, like, vulnerable to electricity needs. But anyway, if I can call around on Monday and see that, okay, I can get hooked up to water, sewer, and I can get hooked up to electricity, and that if I literally just plop a house on a foundation, then I'm good to go, then I can do it. Because even if the cost is what I think it is, because I'm seeing the land is 5, the concrete foundation for the house and the driveway will be another 5. Water and sewage is 6, and then electricity is probably going to be another 4 to 5. So I'm looking at about $20,000 in order to get basic house utilities to a slab of concrete. That's essentially what I'm going to be spending 20 grand on. And then at that point, it's going to be, okay, I got to build a house now. So I haven't even started building the house now yet. So it's just going to be a bunch of wood. It's going to be wooden platform, wooden structure, wooden everything, wooden walls, wooden roof, everything. Tile on the roof, whatever. These silly websites, I mean, the sites that, you know, we were looking at yesterday were saying, oh, you know, you can build a tiny house for as little as $30,000. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. I'm not going to have $30,000, as little as $30,000. It could be up to $100,000 for a custom built house like that. It's like, yeah, sure. If I'm going to get marble, you know, diamond encrusted everything for my building materials, then yeah, it's going to be that expensive, but I'm getting wood. I'm getting planks of wood from Home Depot. Like, it's not like 2x4s at Home Depot are $12. Like, you know, and yeah, I'm going to need 100 of them for my house, but that is so little amount of money, you know, for my purposes. I'm going to need wooden floorboards. those are super cheap. I mean, you're talking about in like the tens of dollars per. So yeah, I'm gonna need a bunch of them, but still relatively, like even if I need 100 or 200 of each kind of building material, I'm looking at like maybe like anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 to build the whole thing, just to build a basic shell, right? A basic shell of a thing with electrical outlets and like running water and stuff. So not necessarily like the sink and the toilet, but So my give me 1 second. So I mean, basically, what I'm looking at is and you can go on and watch YouTube videos and they'll be like, oh, this person built this tiny house for $2,000, or this person built this this grand luxury home for 15,000, things like that. And so there's a lot of contrast between, there's a lot of contradiction between different sources or whatever. But even if it cost me 30 grand to build it, and I'm not seeing where this cost is coming from, but it's there. Which honestly, like I would want to build up a blueprint and then, try to, and then, actually like add all of the items into a cart on Home Depot, into like a shopping cart on Home Depot, and then see where my numbers are. But even if even if it ends up being that expensive, like 30 grand, on top of the 20 that it's going to take to develop the land properly, I won't be able to make it off of raw income alone, like off of like savings. So, I mean, my hope is that I can get a full-time job pretty soon, or I'm gonna see about the summer thing. I have to contact the supervisor to see if I actually have the job this year. But when but if I get a full-time job, would I say my income was going to be 30? Yeah, 15 times 2,000 hours would be, and a full-time job would be 30,000 a year, which is not that much. Oh my god. And they're gonna dick me for taxes too, so even with a proper tax return, I'm still only gonna be able to save like 20. So in 2 years I should be able to save $40,000, maybe $40,000 on top of what I already have in the bank account. Like, I'll barely be able to make it. But, and when you barely make it, you're not making it, right? If I'm spending every last dollar on, the last piece of wood to qualify my house, it's not, So, what I can do is, if I don't hit the time limit in time, which honestly I should have been working this like if I had been working this whole last year that I've been unemployed, then I actually then I wouldn't have to worry about any of this, but I didn't. So what have I been doing? I've been playing video games and streaming, and I mean did college, I guess, for a little bit. But yeah, so I mean, if it ends up being too expensive and I can't make it, I'm not going to be able to make it by like maybe 10 or 20,000. What I can do in that case is I can get a loan my credit union gives what's called a personal use loan, and so basically it's not a house loan, it's not a car loan, it's personal use. So basically, I can borrow up to $50,000, and I gotta pay it back within so many years. And it's not the kind of loan that you should be taking out if it's not necessary, but for my purposes, it's probably gonna be necessary if this situation is what it is. But I mean, I don't mind living on the site until, you know, for months in a tent while I try to figure everything out. But whatchamacallit, I what would you call it? You know, I could get the loan, and then essentially, if I get the loan, I would have the money, and then I would need to I would just need to work more in order to pay off the loan. Because, you know, if I borrow, I mean, God, it's like, it's, I would actually have to work quite a bit in order to pay it off. I don't know what the time limit is on the things, and it depends on how much I borrow, but from, I looked at the maximum, you could borrow like $50,000 as long as you pay it back in 5 years. 5 years to pay back $50,000 is not that much time. You're talking about 10 grand a year, which is, you know, almost $1,000 a month. My last job, I barely took home $1,000 a month. I mean, some months it would be like 800, and some months it would be a little over 1,000. But so it's it's not ideal because that kind of expense would make it so that I have to work all the time, right? Because I would need a full-time job in order to just be able to pay that off. But something like that, and of course I would have to be working the entire time that I pay it off. Of course, it would be worth it because I would own my own property with, you know, and with no issues. But, you know, getting a loan like that to make up a little bit of a difference isn't, it's not really intelligent. So, but anyway, it's a last resort sort of thing, but the option is available for me. So I do have to call around though and figure out little details like that, because this whole thing, everything I was talking about yesterday is becoming like a lot out of my scope. Like, because again, it's not as simple as like, oh, I'm building a playhouse in my backyard, right? You would think that it's that simple. It's just a bigger playhouse, right? You're building like a tree house, but it's on the ground instead, right? It should be that simple, but it's not that simple. The thing is, like, I mean, you have to make sure everything can work up properly, right? So you can get water and sewage over there, and you can get electricity over there and internet over there. And then you also have to contact the city and you know, plan with them and be like, okay, you know, you know, what am I going to need? Are there any details that I'm missing? You know, what are some of these special requirements? You know, you have to work with the city in order to get around their stupid rules. So, which is fine as long as I'm capable of doing that, but it's just, this is like, it's not something that like most people need to worry about. Most people don't need to worry about, okay, I'm going to build my own house. Here are the 20 different factors that I have to look at when considering, when, you know, figuring this out. Like, you know. So, my goal is going to be to calculate the cost and then call around and make sure everything is possible. And then if I can confirm that everything's possible in this situation with this plot of land, then, you know, I'm just going to have to work to save up the money in order to do it. So. Along that line of thinking, I mean, number one would be to calculate cost. If I do calculate the cost of, like, okay, how much building material do I need, and it ends up being, like, an insane amount, then I'm not, you know, it's not going to be possible in the first place. So if it ends up costing me like $100,000, then I'm just gonna fucking live in my car. Like, I'm just not, you can't, like, I'm gonna be spending like the next decade saving up that kind of money. So I'm going to have to find a different solution, right? I'm gonna have to build, I mean, the fact that they have those tiny house kits for $5,000, that's really encouraging, because that means that, first of all, that means that that is my cost of living, right? Is buying one of those and then, you know, being able to build it. But what it also says is that there is somewhere on this planet, maybe not in this country, but on this planet, where you can build, I mean, they're sold in the country, so there should be some place in this country where you can just buy one of those kits and plop it on your piece of land and you're good to go. Maybe it's in the middle of nowhere, maybe it's in New Mexico, maybe it's, you know, in freaking the Arctic, but, you know, it is possible, right? So that's, you know, that's my dead end, right? But the thing is, the dead end is still somewhat comfortable. I get one of those, a couple of solar panels, and I downsize my electricity output, and then work a part-time job for food, and then I'm good to go, right? Maybe I have to get a truck so I can haul up fresh water from like a lake or from like a water filtration place, you know, every week. But, you know, to fresh water to use in like the shower and the toilet and stuff. But I mean, other than that, like, it is possible. It's a complete downgrade from, you know, the kind of life I'm living right now, but I mean, like, who cares? It's like honestly, like, I don't necessarily care about you know, I don't care about if something's inconvenient as long as I'm happy. So, and I think that convenience and happiness are separate from each other, right? Because convenience is a matter of labor, but I think happiness is a matter of comfort. And so, as if something is inconvenient, then as long as you do the labor to compensate for it, as long as you put in the extra effort where it's needed in order to live, then you can be comfortable. But working a job 8 hours a day for my entire life is not a comfortable situation, right? Because I'm going to be working all the time and I am not comfortable at work. If I was one of those people who was very career driven and I loved being at work, then I wouldn't care, right? And that would be what makes me happy. And there are people like that, where they actually look forward to going to work tomorrow, right? They come home and they're just home to kill time and to eat and sleep so that they can return to work the next day. And that's how they conduct their lives. And that's totally fine, right? That's those kind of people, right? They use work as something to do to occupy their time. It's the same thing with me in video games, right? It's like I'm not going to be able to sit in a blank room and stare at the wall for the next 80 years. I need to be doing something, not all the time, but I want, throughout a day, I want to have something that I can do actively. So whether it's watching something, or whether it's playing a video game, or whether it's just playing with a cat, it doesn't matter to me. But as long as I don't have to leave my house, even sometimes when I get bored, and there's nothing to play and nothing to watch, I'll just sit at the table and just, I don't know, or read a book or something, or play some stupid phone game or whatever. And it's not like I need to, but it's just I don't know, it keeps your mind active,
No.
But yeah, no, so I understand that mindset, but it's not I don't want work to be the thing that drives my life. That's what it is. I want the activities that I enjoy on my own terms. Because, when you play a video game, or when you watch a show, or do anything else, you are not obligated to do that for 8 hours a day. You are not obligated to do that for a stretch of time. You can turn on a video game, play for 5 minutes, and then decide, I don't really feel like it anymore, and turn it off. But if you go to a job, you can't go into work and then half an hour later be like, okay, I'm done with this, and then leave. You can't do that, right? You're stuck there. You're stuck there because if you leave, you're not going to be allowed to return tomorrow. You're not always going to be allowed to do that. You're going to have a boss breathing down your neck. You're going to have coworkers that you disappoint. You're going to have jobs that get unfinished. You're not ever allowed to take a day off. And even if you are allowed to take days off, you are still committing the vast majority of your time to being on the job. So that's what it is. It becomes an obligation, and that's sort of the difference. And the thing is, for me, because I've thought about this too, if I had a job as a YouTuber, or as a Twitch streamer, for example, because with this streaming, it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not really making money off of this, so I can decide not to stream this weekend, right? I can decide that if I don't feel like it, or if I have other things to do, or whatever, or I'm feeling sick, or maybe I just don't feel like it, right? I can choose not to do it. But if I was a Twitch streamer, like one with a following and one with an audience, and I was making money off of it, and it was my job. Same with YouTube, right? If I was making videos and that was my job and that was my main source of income, I would be obligated to do the work. I would be obligated to do it every day, even on the days that I don't want to. So if I have a schedule where I'm streaming half the week, I have to show up for that half of the week, and I have to be active, right? I have to be, I can't just sit here and past 6 hours play a game silently, right? I need to, you need to be a streamer, right? You can't just play video games for a living. It's not just playing video games for a living. It's being good at being entertaining while you are playing video games for a living. That's what it is. And so that makes it a job. And it's the same with YouTube videos, right? You can look at a YouTuber and be like, oh, it must be so easy to make it big on YouTube or whatever. It's not. Even if the kind of content that they're putting out is easy and it's easily replicable, you still have to work at it. You still have to put in effort. Is the effort proportional to how much money they're making? Probably not. I mean, these people are millionaires, right? And anyone with over 1 million subscribers on YouTube is typically getting like anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 per video that they put out. I mean, you're going to become a millionaire within a year. Like, it's a stupid amount of money. But so, and it's the same amount of like man hours as, you know, as work hours that you put into it as somebody who works at McDonald's or whatever, right? But I mean, it does take a certain skill set, and it does take knowing your audience, and there's more to it than that, obviously. But the thing is, it's still work, so it's still an obligation. I want to be able to live my life where I wake up and I don't have to, right? I just don't have to. I don't want to open my eyes and have to think, ugh, I have to do this today, no matter what this is. No matter if it's, oh, I have to go to work, oh, I have to make YouTube videos, oh, I have to beat this video game, or whatever. It should be, I want to, right? And if you don't want to do it today, you don't have to, right? This is the kind of life that it should be, so. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, anyway, so as far as the house goes, I still have to figure out costs, and then I have to figure out everything. And the thing is, if the specific piece of land that I chose, which is the one I showed you guys yesterday, if that one doesn't work out, because it could not work out, right? I could not be able to get water over there, but they still require me to have proper sewage connection, even though it's impossible to get it. They could still require that, which means that, well, that would mean that, you know, none of the land over there can be developed on, which would be stupid by the city, and I would argue that point. But I mean, it could be a situation where it is what it is, and, you know, and then I'm gonna have to move on. There are other pieces of land in this state, and there are other states that have land for sale. I mean, I can spend like $400 and buy like an equal kind of property near a small town within proximity of a city in like Idaho, or in like Nebraska or Kansas or Montana or wherever. Like, I can do that. And the thing is, it would probably technically be cheaper in those areas, because, you know, everything would probably be cheaper. Maybe not electricity, but everything else would be. Set up a wind turbine. God, that would be expensive. Can you imagine having like one of those giant wind turbines? Like, you guys have seen the ones, like the wind turbine fields, that are like, you know, 500 feet tall, and they're humongous, and like it looks like those blades could like take out an airplane. Like, those ones. Can you imagine just plopping one of those giant things on, like, in your backyard? Like, it wouldn't fit, right? It'd be ridiculous. So anyway, apparently if you live near wind turbines, it damages your ears or something. It hurts your hearing because there's, I don't know, it emits this frequency or something. I don't know. I read about this a while ago. But so it's not good to live near a wind turbine. But so having one on your property is really gonna accelerate that process of it. But yeah, so anyway, this whole thing is technically possible elsewhere. The thing is, why I want to stay in California is because California is really liberal. So I'm not a liberal, right? I don't agree with a single thing that California does as far as like the government and the politics go. But California is very nice to poor people. They are very like, they're not going to help poor people get rich, but they are going to make sure that poor people don't die. So that includes food stamps, right? They're giving me $200 a month to feed myself. I don't even spend all of that every month, so they give other benefits, right? They give free health care to people who qualify for it. They give SSI to disabled people. My sister is getting it, so yeah, they have, if you don't qualify for any of those programs, they have general assistance, which gives you some $100 a month just to live. So that's what the homeless people are getting right now. So but yeah. What was I saying? So yeah, anyway, so that's a heck of a lot more than you're gonna get in in the Midwest or in out from the countryside, because they're typically very conservative over there, and so they're not gonna really be supportive of poor people. So, which is fine for them, right? And it's a policy I agree with, but at the same time, I'm a poor people, so I'm gonna need to take advantage, right? If they're giving me food stamps, that means I don't have to work that much in order to feed myself, right? I don't have to spend my wages that I make at my job in order to feed myself, which means that I can work less. If they're gonna give me or anyone else who lives with me SSI or any kind of government benefits, then that's less money that's going to come out of my pocket in order to cover those expenses, which means that I don't have to work as much because I won't need the money to pay for those, because the government is just going to do it for me. So obviously it's not a permanent solution. I don't think that 50 years from now any of this is going to be around. I don't think 50 years from now any of America is going to survive anymore, but that's a different story. But yeah, as far as that goes, but yeah, anyway, so another problem is going to be my vehicle of transportation. I'm going to need a truck. I'm going to need a truck because I'm going to need to haul building materials from the store to my piece of property. So buying like a used pickup truck, they're so expensive. I mean, you're looking at like 10 grand for something that works. It's ridiculous. So I'm really I'm gonna have to look out for deals and whatnot. Plus, if I'm gonna move all my stuff. Not my TV, I'm gonna have to sell it. But I'm gonna have my computer, my PlayStation, my clothes, and my bed. And I'm probably just gonna throw my mattress in the back of the trunk and just probably sleep on that while I'm in the middle of the building. So, I mean, that's what it's gonna be. It's not a king mattress, so if I do build the house like I was describing yesterday, it's gonna be spec'd to fit a king mattress, which I will not have, so I will need to say no. My dinky little my smaller bed is going to, be in this slightly more open space, for the moment. And then I'm gonna have to figure out what to do. Or because buying a new mattress sucks. Like, they're not $6,000 like that Tempur-Pedic one was, but it's still like it's an expense. So I mean, it's a one and done thing, right? You buy yourself a new mattress that you like, and it's not going to give you back problems, and you're good to go for like the next 20 years. So. Especially Tempur-Pedic ones, I'm sure those last forever. But it's like the last thing on my mind, especially because honestly, like, I'm the kind of person where like I could build a house and have nothing in it, as besides like the basic like 4 walls and some electrical outlets, and I can just have like a camper chair and just stare at my TV that's on a few cardboard boxes and sleep in a sleeping bag. Like that's the kind of life I can live. And honestly, like, that doesn't sound too bad. So, but that doesn't sound too bad, but it's not viable, or it's not permanent for sure. So. It's so nice and dark in my room. Right now is the brightest time of day. So the fact that it is like, if I turn off my TV, then it would be almost pitch black in my room. That's how nice these curtains are. It's 3 curtains. I had to double layer them, but the thing is, one curtain wouldn't stretch all the way across to the other side of the wall, or of the window, so I double layered the first one. That wasn't long enough, and then so there's 2 there, and then I have a third one that covers the remaining space, but I folded it in half so that it double layered itself, because I only needed a half length, and then I put it there. So it works. It works. I've seen like better ones like that people use, but for some reason I can't find them like in the stores or anything. But yeah, it looks pretty good on stream, actually. But yeah, I just want to build like a basic wooden house. Just a basic like wooden house, and the mirrored look of the clock in my webcam makes it look like it's 6:45. but actually it's only 5:15 right now.
No.
But yeah, I just want just a basic wooden house. It's going to be 3 layers. It's going to be the outer wall, and then the pillars with insulation, and then the inner wall. And that's pretty much it. I don't care. The home theater room can have like the fuzzy movie theater walls because I really like those, and I can have dimmable lights on the ceiling and on the side of the walls too. But I'm not going to get like the premium kind of those. I'm going to get like the cheapest ones possible and just do it like that. So
Alright.
but I could literally just put just regular carpet on the walls, right? Like just regular black dyed carpet on the walls. It's like very thin and whatnot. You guys know that people will put a carpet on their walls. I think it's like a Middle Eastern thing. People will buy carpets to put on their floor, and then they'll also buy carpets that they'll hang up on their wall, and it gives it like an aesthetic. It's like a quilt, you know? I always thought that, it's a unique idea, but at the same time, it's a symptom of a bigger problem, which is that most houses have basic walls. So, basic wallpaper or whatever, that, it's so basic and bland that you feel the need to decorate it, right? Like, my wall right there, it's not, it's just this empty white space. So I want like a mural painted, right? Like if I'm gonna spend money on wallpaper anyway, I'm not gonna make it a basic like beige color or white color. I'm gonna get like a picture of like a serene dark green environment in like the forest, right? With like a river or like a stream trickling down between the rocks and trees. I'm gonna get something like that, just print it out on a wallpaper and just stick that on, right? That's like, and the entire room can be themed like a forest, or the entire room can be themed like a movie theater, or, anything like that. So. Cause that's better. I do have to price building materials. I was thinking about that thing that I said yesterday about how whatchamacallit, I don't want like a separate bed. I don't want like a separate room necessarily for like the home theater, because it's gonna feel closed off, and like, somebody could hide from the rest of the world, right? I prefer like a studio apartment that's open concept compared to a 1 bedroom apartment, right? That has the main apartment and then a bedroom, right? I don't want that, because you go in the bedroom and you've escaped from the rest of the house. That's what you're doing. And obviously if you live with other people, yeah, maybe you want to escape from them. But if you live by yourself, you don't want to have these sections that like you can't see. It sort of ruins the mojo of it. What the Chinese call it, a feng shui of the room, I believe. That, yeah, because if it kind of feels like you're isolating yourself, like me being in my bedroom right now with the door closed and a door stopper on there, and my TV box muffling out the sound standing up there. It feels like I'm isolated from the rest of the house, and it doesn't feel like I'm living in a house. It feels like I'm living in my bedroom. So it gives that feeling. Whereas if you're in just a giant open room, then that has everything in it, then it feels like you have this giant living space, and it's a little more comforting in that aspect. You can still have nooks and crannies that you You know, you can put the bed in or like a chair in or whatever to feel a little bit like surrounded by something, right? A little bit like going into a cave. But you think about like if you were exploring outside and you found a really cool cave, you know, what makes that cave cool? It's it's can my TV brighten or what? Okay, there we go. You know, what makes that cave cool? It's that it's tucked away from the outside world, right? You can escape from the outside world, but the cave itself is a little spacious. It's not gigantic, but it's a little spacious. It's just spacious enough to where you can feel like you are in this like in this zone, right? In this like in this really big piece of property, but at the same time it's small enough. It's still a cave and it's still enclosed, so you know, think about like a bear cave, right? It's still enclosed, so you are escaping from the rest of the world. That's what a house should be. That's not what your bedroom should be. That's what a house should be. Because, you know, if you go into your house, what are you escaping from? You're escaping from the outside world, and that's fine. But when you go to your bedroom, what are you escaping from when you go to your bedroom? You're escaping from the rest of the house. Why would you need to escape from the rest of the house when it's yours? Right? That means you don't get to enjoy the rest of the house. And even if that's not actually the case, it's going to be a subconscious, or it's going to be this instinctual feeling of it, right? The feng shui of the concept. So having a house sectioned off into different rooms means that no matter which room you go into, you are going to be away from the other rooms, which means that you're away from the other parts of your house. Which is fine if you are living with other people, because maybe you do need to escape from like the rest of your family or whatever, right? That's what I'm doing. But you know, when you're living by yourself, you don't need that many rooms, right? And so a lot of rooms go unused, but they still exist, right? Like I would rather if you know, I won a 4-bedroom house and I got it all to myself. I wouldn't want those rooms. I would either want the walls of the rooms to be torn down, or I'd want the rooms to just disappear and me to only have the main section of the house exist. Because then it would feel like I own everything that I see in this room, right? I am free to navigate how I please around this part of the house or around this house that I can see in front of my eyes, right? It's not necessarily about owning it. It's about having the freedom to walk around a space that you are allowed to be in, right? It's a space that you have the freedom to be in. So somebody, no. But yeah, so that's essentially what I'm saying. So having a home theater contradicts that, unfortunately. But I mean, the only way to rectify that really is to be able to, when you want to use the home theater itself, you can just use a curtain instead of a wall there. So that's what it would be. So you would put up a curtain, and then you could just pull back the curtain whenever, you know, a curtain like this, right? A curtain like this, where you can, it's just a giant pole, and it's just going to cover one end of the wall, so that when you go into it and you do want to isolate, right? Because you're watching a show, or you're using the home theater, then, you know, you can do that. You know, you can put the curtain up and, or, you know, pull it through, and it's, you know, it's going to be this isolated space. But, and then, you know, when you want to, you know, use the rest of the house, or it's not that important to use home theater or whatever, then you can push the curtain back, and, you know, it's going to open everything up. But the contradiction to that is that if you want to theme the home theater like a home theater, which is an isolated room, then, you know, that's going to sort of eliminate that, right? If it's not really a separate room, it's just a small little curtain is separating it from the rest of the house. So I want both. That's what it is. I want the home theater to be like four walls, completely isolated, right? I'm like in my own little world, and I can retreat here forever. I want that. But then I also want my entire house to be open concept. So it's a really hard thing, and I might have to give either two things. I might either have to give up on the home theater entirely and just be satisfied putting the TV in like the living room of the open studio apartment, or I can just model the entire house like a home theater. I can put the black carpets on the walls and the dimmable lights on the walls of the entire house. I mean, I could do that, and then dim all the lights, and still have the TV in the corner, but you know, dim all the lights when I'm actually doing something, right? But then my kitchen is in the theater. Like, you can imagine like a movie theater, except instead of all of the chairs in the back, you have just the front row seats, and then behind the front row seats is a bathroom and a kitchen and your bed and the front door. Right? You can imagine that, right? It's I mean, even I can't imagine that, but it would be that kind of concept. So make the entire house just one big movie theater. That's what I would do. That's honestly, like, that actually sounds really nice. Now that I think about it. Shit. I'm gonna have to rethink all my designs. If I make like a really long house, then I can if I make it like just like a rectangle, right? Then I can put like, what can I use? If I make it like a rectangle, like that. Like this. Okay. Imagine this is a rectangle. Okay, it's you know, this is not a rectangle, but imagine this is a rectangle, right? Like a Jenga piece or whatever. So I could have the God, I can't get this into shot. Okay, there we go. So I can have the front door here, and then I can have the front door here, and then the kitchen, the bathroom, a bed, a chair, and then my TV, right? And that's the entire structure of the house. It's just front door, kitchen, bathroom, bed, chair, TV, and then TV is going to be at the other end of the house, basically. And there's going to be the TV is going to be mounted on this wall, pointing this way, and then that's going to be the outside, right? So that's how I can do it, right? And then this, you can imagine, like, this section is going to be about as big as like a personal home theater, and then you're gonna have your bed here, and then you're gonna have your bathroom here, and it's going to be, you know, convenient. Or if it's wide enough, then you could have your bed, bathroom, and then you could have like kitchen, washer dryer, right, and then like a shoe rack here because take off your shoes when you enter the house, sort of thing. And the thing is, because the only important thing is that you're able to turn off the rest of the house, right? You're able to turn off the lights of the rest of the house. You could even put a curtain here if you want to, and then you're gonna have your chairs here pointed towards the TV. So that's what it's going to be. But the thing is, it's going to be a very narrow house, and it's not going to feel like a big space. It's just going to feel like feel like a slightly wider hallway. That's what it's going to be. So that sort of concept, actually, now that I think about it, is not going to be that great. So what I could do is I could make this part the home theater, right? Just this little narrow corridor here, the home theater. And then the rest of the house is like wider, right? It's like an actual box, or it's like an actual square. So it's not like this. It would be like square, square, square. It'd be like this, right? So you'd have basically it'd be shaped like this. So the house, right, from like a top-down view, it'd be shaped like this. So you have the house, you could have the front door where my fingers are, and then like the kitchen, and like the bathrooms over here, and the washer dryer, and then the bathroom with the shower, and then you could have the bed over here, and then it cuts off, right? There's a wall here, and there's a wall here, and then right here, this is where you put a curtain, like a blackout curtain, and then you would have a chair pointing this way towards the end, and then you have a TV here pointing towards you, and the Pringle can section can be the personal home theater, and then you could have your bed here with a silly little bathroom setup that I think is still a great idea. You could have your bed here with the wall going to the bathroom that's right here, that's accessible from the other side, and then you could have like a washer dryer here, and then you could have like a whole kitchen setup here with like a window, and then like a little reading, like a reading chair here or whatever. So at the very least, as long as you're outside of the home theater, then if you're in any part of the actual main area, then you can just look, and there's this giant house, right? Especially if you're over here in the reading corner, then you can just look and you'll see the big open area. You'll see this big open space. You'll be able to see the bathroom and all the amenities here. You'll be able to see the bed. You'll be able to see the kitchen, and the dining room table if you have one, or if I have one, and yeah. And then just the home theater will be just a separate nook, but not necessarily one that you hang out in all the time. Or even if you do hang out in it, you can actually just push the chairs kind of back this way to be in the rest of the house. I mean, it all depends. It all depends. So, but I could have my my house shaped somewhat like a penis, like this. You turn it over like that, and it's a little, it's it's a stub. It's a stub. It's just a tip. It's just a tip. But I could have it shaped like that. There's different ideas that I can go through. I haven't married one of these ideas yet, so I'm not. I mean, it's just I still think about it, right? But having a home theater setup it still isolates you while you're using it. And maybe that's not necessarily a good thing either. Like, maybe, you want to be able to watch TV and have it be viewed or but still feel like you're in the rest of the space, right? So if you have like the house like this, maybe you want the TV here, or maybe you want the TV like here, and then the chair here pointing there, and then you can just look and you'll see like the rest of the house, right? Maybe you want that. So because like right now, with my TV, I can still see the rest of my room, and although my room is very cluttered, it's still like, I'm still in the room. Whereas if I blocked it off, if I put my blackout curtain here next to the TV and I sectioned the rest of my room off, then I would feel a lot more constricted in the room. Not necessarily as a bad thing, but that's the kind of vibes that you're gonna be getting from that, or that I'm gonna be getting from that, right? If you put up curtains to just make it so that it's you and your chair and the TV, and that's all you can see, right? Everything else is blocked off by walls, then that's gonna be, it might look a little constricting, right? I guess it depends on the width. You guys think about movie theaters. You don't feel trapped in a movie theater necessarily, unless there's a lot of people. I don't go to movies that have a lot of people in them. So, but I don't go to movies at all. But when I wouldn't go with a lot of people. But with movies, or yeah, with movie theaters, they're open. Or it's a big enough space to where you don't necessarily feel trapped in it. So you guys can imagine if you're in the middle seats of the movie theater and there was nobody else there, then it'd feel pretty cool, right? You would feel like you're still in this really big box, but it wouldn't feel like you're constricted in it, right? Necessarily. So. Having a home theater in your room or in your house will not serve the same effect because your house isn't going to be big like that. So. Or again, it could be, and but of course you need a TV that's big enough to cover that. So I don't know. Anyway, these are all just ideas. To be honest, I'm probably not going to go with any of these ideas, considering that it'll probably increase the cost of the house. So I mean, home theater is basically just it's just a separate room built to isolate you, right? And it can be basically a one bedroom. So if I could clear out the entirety of this room and then just put the TV in the center of it, or in the center of this wall, and then call it a home theater, right? So and paint the walls black. But so yeah, it's just a matter of theming, and with theming you use black and dark red, and that's going to give you that cinema feel, even if you're just playing video games. So I don't know, it's still a toss up. The reason why I'm thinking about this is because I want to calculate how much building material that I need. I mean, thing as far as the toilet goes, I take big poops, so I'm gonna want wider pipes in order to to drain it properly. There's so much to think of. I like talking about it, but it's, I'm imagining having to do it. That's what it is. So. honestly, like, I might have to work construction for like a construction job for a while in order to like get used to the process of building houses. So I wouldn't mind that, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy for me to get a job like that necessarily. So oh shoot, falling asleep. Oh my god, I didn't sleep that much last night. Or well, I went to bed at like 4:30 in the morning. Yeah. I need to sleep more tonight. Yeah, so with a van or like a truck, I can imagine that you'd like van dwelling, you know. I can imagine that you could feel kind of restricted in it because it is basically just like a little hallway that you're living in, right, with a mattress and like barely enough leg room to stand up and walk around. So it's gonna feel like this very like contained area. I can imagine it's probably like half the width of my bedroom. So, because I'm like right smack in the middle of my bedroom, not like in the center of the whole thing, but like in sort of like the middle rights of my bedroom right now. And I couldn't imagine like not having the freedom to, stretch my legs this way or, um, to stand up properly or anything like that. So I feel like if I got like a van or like a FedEx truck or U-Haul truck or something, feel really restricted. It does seem like a means to an end. Like it seems like okay, you're just gonna sleep in it and spend the nights in it. So, what's like, so you don't technically need that much, and that would be true, but for the most part. But it's not like a living space. Most people who do van life, they most of their or a lot of their time is spent either in the driver's seat driving around or outside, or they'll have their back doors open of their van looking out to the outside. So but I think the main appeal of van life is that you get to travel around, but you get to travel around in while still being able to have like a bed and a stove and a shower and a toilet and everything. So, but it's not like a permanent thing, It's not like I'll probably live it, while always thinking about like, okay, what's the next thing that we're gonna do, or what's the next thing, what's the next thing that we're gonna do. Maybe in like, are we gonna find somewhere permanent to live, or maybe in like just where's the next place we're gonna travel to and then go outside, or where's the next rest stop, and so we can go outside. So a lot of it is gonna be like done outside. Like I can imagine if I'm in the van, if I'm in like a in a van that's like built out to be like a little living space, then I'm gonna wake up every morning and I'm gonna want to go outside. Like that would be like, I can feel like I would get that immediate urge just because it's like a small space. So just because like I like big spaces, I guess. Not like huge spaces, right? I don't need like a mansion, but I want something that feels big. It feels open, I suppose. So, and that would be if I just built a 20-foot by 20-foot square of a house, and I put my bed in the corner. Then I would wake up every morning, get out of bed, and it'd feel open, right? Because I have 400 square feet of open space for my house, right? That would feel really good, and I'd be able to walk. I'd have the freedom to walk around in my house. That would be very nice. It'd be at that point that I don't need to go outside. But with a van, right? You're talking about, a house, right? My bedroom right now is like 150 square feet, I believe, just for my bedroom. The kind of house that I want to build is going to be like 400 square feet. I would prefer it to be a little smaller, but legally I can't. So it's going to be 400 square feet. My bedroom's 150. But I still feel like it's open. Like open enough to where I don't need to like leave the room every time I get up. A van would be like... be like 3 by 10, so it'd be 30 square feet. So it'd be like literally like 1/5 of what my bedroom is. And that's what a van would be. So that'd be, and that's assuming that I have enough room to like stand up properly. Most likely, because I'm tall, most likely I won't. So if I get a little dinky camper van, yeah, then obviously I'm not gonna, nobody would be able to stand up in that. But even like the tall vans, you might not be able to. Like people who are tall people, I see tall people complaining a lot about van life because the fact that they're so tall. Because there's two problems. You can't stand up in the van unless you customize it to be able to, right? Like if you get a U-Haul truck or like you get a rooftopper or whatever. Can't stand up in the van, and you can't lay down properly in your bed. Most vans will have their bed going sideways, so basically it's sideways along the width of their van, so that they can just push in the back and not have to worry about it and then use the rest of the space. I wouldn't be able to do that because the width of a van is only like 5.5 feet. I'm over 6, so if I had a bed that small, then my feet would be hanging off. But of course there's no room for my feet to hang off because the bed would be going from head to foot, right, across the side of the van. It would be going wall to wall. That's what I meant. And so I would be pushing, so my feet, if I extended my feet, I would be pushing my feet and my head up against the two walls of the van. That would not be good. So I'd have to either sleep diagonally, if that would work, or I'm gonna have to sleep with my knees bent every night. And that's not fun. Right now when I sleep in my bed is like 6 feet. It's as long as I am, but barely. So when I sleep, I have this cushion that keeps my head from falling off. So I have this ingenious design right here that I'm doing. that I'm using. But what is it? Oh yeah, so my head doesn't fall off, but when I wake up in the mornings and I stretch my legs, to stretch to wake up, I hit my curtains. I hit the blackout curtains because my bed goes from like here to the windowsill.
Right.
So my feet actually go off the bed and they hit my window curtains, and so I've actually rustled them before to the point where like it'll shine light through. So because I'm right at the break between the two curtains. So yeah, I've accidentally like shown the shown the sunshine through because of me stretching my feet off the bed, hitting the blackout curtains. So it's kind of funny, but yeah. Anyway, so it's a huge problem. So, and my bed would not fit horizontally in a standard van or a standard car at all. So God, I just imagine like, okay, I had that idea for where I could put the bathroom in the house, where like right next to the bed, and you could just pull up or whatever. Like you could just pull up a thing to reveal the bathroom from the bedside, and then just like kind of slide on over to it, or you could pretty much just slide on over to the toilet even. But I can imagine like if that aspect of it becomes like not convenient, then you could opt to not use it, right, and just enter from the other side. But it would be inconvenient to have to wake up in the middle of the night and get off the foot of the bed and then like turn around the corner, make a U-turn around the corner of that wall there in order to access the bathroom. So it'd be a little inconvenient to do so. You would get an open bathroom that faces out to the rest of the house, so that'd be fine. But you know what? I could just design it to where I have. Because I think this would be fine if you have the house like this, right? It's a rectangle. The house is a rectangle. You have the bed here, the little wall that's a bathroom here, and the rest of the house is whatever. And then you have the TV here and just chairs here facing it. That's what you could do. You could just have the bed and then facing here, and this would all be along this sort of eastern wall. So you have that, and that way the bed is facing towards the TV, and then you have the chairs facing towards the TV. But then the TV itself, like the chairs with the TV, it's not isolated from like the rest of the house because you're still within the rest of the house. But when you're using the TV, you're able to stare at the TV that's in the corner or the wall or whatever, and you could have a curtain that stretches from the bathroom to this other wall to divide this if like really necessary. But I'm not going to build a house with a lot of windows, so I'm probably going to have like one window. I'm going to have air vents for the bathroom and the bed and the kitchen and the and probably the TV room as well. But I'm probably only gonna have the windows. I'm probably gonna only have a window in the kitchen and next to the front door. That's probably all I'm gonna do. I don't know where my reading corner is gonna be though. I'm gonna have my kitchen here. Where would I have a reading corner? Because I want a jacuzzi too, but I could technically throw the jacuzzi in the middle. I mean, it depends on how big the house is. If I'm doing it like this, what are factors of 360? I could do 15 by 24. Yeah, I could do 15 by 24. So I could do 15 feet here, 24 feet here. And so you'd have a bed that's about... I would give about 7 feet for the bed, because I would want the bed to be 6.5 feet long, and then an extra half a foot for, you know, considered space. And then the TV is going to be wall mounted, but then, you know, at least my current TV, you should be sitting 6 feet away from it. So it's 6.5 feet. So consider 7. So 7 feet away from. So this space probably has to be 8 feet. So it would work. It would work. The chair would probably be kind of close to the foot of the bed, not like touching, but like within a couple feet of the foot of the bed. It wouldn't need to be. And you can have one TV here and one TV here, and then with another chair here, or you know, the same chairs, and just looking at the two TVs, whatever. And then the reading corner. The kitchen? No, maybe the kitchen here. And then there's the bathrooms here, so it would be... what do you need? You need a shower, and you need a washer dryer. I'd want the washer dryer to be kind of in the wall, to be honest. So like in the wall here, or maybe have like a little wall here and then the washer dryer in the corner. Or maybe I gotta have the washer dryer here, right? Because the front door is gonna be like right here. Or I could have the front door be in the corner here, and then that way the front door could be in the corner. You could have the front door, so you walk in the front door, it goes to the kitchen, and there's the kitchen, right? This is all open concept, so you're going to be able to you walk through the front door and you can see everything, you know, in your peripheral vision. But you're going to walk in, there's going to be the kitchen here, and there's going to be the washer dryer here, and then there should be the bathroom, the shower, And there should be a space right here for that. This is 24 feet, so if I account for maybe about 10 for the TV section, then I mean 14 for a kitchen is pretty big, so you know that should be, it's pretty decent, so that should be fine. You'd probably want a curtain here for multiple reasons, but you know, going across. But I could build like a pole, like a metal pole, or like a wooden pole, like in the middle of the house, so that it would feel separate. You guys ever see like, there are like studio apartments where it's like the starving artists live, and it'll just be this big open room, and it'll be like this kind of vintage wood, and there'll be a wooden pole in the middle, and it'll all kind of be this dark amber colored like space. I don't have the dudes like paint set up in a corner, and blueprints on a table off to the side, and a bed thrown in there, and all this stuff. So you could have it themed like that. I mean, it depends. I'm not getting my home theater set up. I mean, I could. If I have the TVs here, then I could build a wall here, and that would create like a home theater thing, and then I could just have a curtain like that separates it. So, because I'm already gonna have a wall here for the bathroom that separates the bed, but you could have a curtain here, and then just open it, and you have a wall here, and so it'd be a 3-wall home, you know, like kind of movie theater setup. That you can still like have the black carpet walling and everything on it, and then the wall would separate from the kitchen, which, you know. And then what would you do? Where'd you eat? You'd probably want to eat in. You'd probably want to cook here, and then table here? Either table here or table over here to eat. But then there's no space left. I would have to measure it out, actually. Whatever. You know, the thing is, like, if you get the basic structure down, then you can just do whatever you want afterwards. You could put a table anywhere, and then you could put, alright, not the washer dryer or the kitchen, alright. It would just be the table that needs to be flexible. There's too many walls. There's too many walls. There's already one wall for the bed. At the bed. That's not, that's and then sometimes you want to watch TV in a home theater setup, but then other times you want to watch TV while being able to see everything else in your peripheral vision. God dang it. Guys, I'm tired. I'm gonna PC stream tomorrow, guys. I do have college work to do. That I should get done. If I do, I have 2 assignments left. If I do one of them, then I pass. Then I'm gonna get an A in the class. If I don't do either of them, I'm gonna get a B+. And I've been debating just doing that, but Nah. Honestly, if I did both of them, I would get an A plus in the class. So I kind of want to do that and just retain my A plus. But it's a big but. LMAO. It's probably no idea. Guys, I'm gonna sit down. Or not sit down. I already am sitting down. I'm gonna lie down. Yeah, I'm gonna lie down. I'm gonna take the mic with me, but I'm gonna lie down. So give me 1 second, guys. You guys won't be able to see me. There's no way I can set up this webcam to show. Actually, technically I could. Give me a second on the mic here. Gotta make sure I don't unplug it, or I am gonna unplug it, but I have to make sure it's still connected. So. Testing, testing. Alright, cool. You guys can hear me? Or hopefully you guys can hear me. Oops. Alright, let's see here. Where's my... Here we go. And there's the cat. Okay. Yeah? Kiwi. Meow. Kiwi. Kiwi, that's my spot. Hi. Kiwi. She's kneading at the bed. Hello guys. Welcome back to bedside talks with Big Pasta. I'm your host, and today we're going to be talking about the meaning of dreams. Oh god, I really do look like one of those guys who do something like that. Or like I'm in the position to. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Bedside Talks with Big Pasta. I'm Big Pasta. And today we're going to be talking about why your pet loves you. I'm your host. She's really going at it. She's like, she needs the bed, or she needs like the blanket. She like goes like that with her claws on the blanket with both of them, and then she like stuffs her face into it, and like I don't know what she does. She like slobbers on it. I think because the blanket's always like wet after she does it. It's kind of gross. Bedside Talks. Kiwi. She's going at it. I don't know why she does it, like, because she doesn't do it out of the blue. She does it when I get up and she like wants my attention. She'll start doing it. So I don't know if it's like an expression that she's happy. But I just looked at her and said her name a couple of times, and she like her whole behavior started changing. So hope you guys are having a good weekend. Kiwi, what are you doing, Kiwi? I used to have one of those like clip-on mics, you know, the one where you clip it to your collar, the collar of your shirt, and then you could just walk around and talk. I used to have that. What did I use it for? I would talk to somebody, but like my headset was uncomfortable, so I just got that. I used the clip-on mic for the microphone, and then I used like Bluetooth earbuds, I think, to listen to them, something like that, so that like I could lay down. I still do it without like having this headset on me, because like have a headset on while you lay down feels like kind of intrusive. It's not like, it feels kind of comfortable. Ugh. I got ants in my room the other day, and so it was near Kiwi's cat food, which is over by the window. So I had to get the bowl out, throw away the food, and wash it off, and then I had to spray poison on the ants. No survivors. They all burned. But yeah, I never cleaned it up. I opened my window and turned on a fan to like blow the poison fumes out, but I mean, I never like wiped up the poison or anything like the. So I put the food bowl out into the hallway for a couple of days so that she could eat out there, but then eventually, it's not a good solution. So what I ended up doing was I brought the food bowl back in the room, but just put it at a different spot. So now it's under these, like, I have cat stairs. I have like this little staircase for cats. And it's not like actual stairs, it's just like a ramp with this mesh material that they can walk on easily. And so I did that, and so then it has an underneath thing, right? Like, a room underneath the staircase. So it has like a underneath the staircase section. And so I just put the food bowl in there. And so I never had to clean up the ant thing. The ant poison or whatever. It's not gonna... I went over there. There's no way that she's gonna get any of it. But I just... I should clean it up. I never really got around to it. So... Well, I'm not getting my security deposit back. God, I could fall asleep right now. I ate... Can you guys even see me? Yeah, you guys can see me? I had 2 waffles, a Hot Pocket, and a bowl of pepperoni pizza pasta. And I had a glass and a half of water. So I'm feeling pretty good. It's a good amount of food. Sorry guys, I'm not like sick this time. It's not like yesterday. I'm just tired. I'm like, I don't have the energy to really do anything right now. A million polygons. Millions of polygons. COVID-19. Oh. Kiwi. You guys want to hear a story? Yeah. Is that a yes? Now I gotta think of a story to tell. I didn't really plan. It took me all that time to just think of that one question. I don't know a story. Once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a goose. And this goose lived happily on a pond. One day, as it was swimming around the pond, another bird came over to the pond and started swimming too. At first, the goose thought that it was another goose that came over to the pond, but upon further inspection, the goose realized that it wasn't another goose, but in fact it was a big, beautiful swan. The swan swam majestically on the pond, flapping its wings and diving its beak into the water to gracefully catch any fish it wanted to eat. The goose looked on in awe as it saw the swan perform these basic tasks so gracefully. And so the goose decided that it wanted to be friends with the swan. And so the goose went up to the swan. He swam on over, normal-like as he did, not gracefully, but with a clear sense of practice. And the goose asked the swan, "Hey, Mr. Swan, you want to be friends?" And the swan looked at the goose and said, "Yeah, sure, we can be friends, except, what did you just call me?" And the goose looked at the swan for a second in confusion before replying, I said, do you wanna be friends, Mr. Swan?" And the swan got a grave, angry expression on its face and started yelling at the goose. "How dare you misgender me? I am not a mister. I am a proud, beautiful woman. Just because I was born as a male doesn't mean that I am any less female than any of the other female swans. Where do you get off misgendering me using the wrong pronouns, Mr. Swan? Are you insulting me? Are you insinuating that I still have some of my masculine qualities from when I used to be a guy? You do realize I have gender dysmorphia, right? And that I am really a female swan, that big and beautiful and graceful, and I just happen to be born in a male swan's body. How dare you? You are an offense to the LGBTS community. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans swans. You are a disgrace to this community. Society is going to shun you for being so intolerant, you bigot. You dare misgender me using the incorrect pronouns. I only go by she, her, graceful swanzer. And you will call me nothing else. Do you understand, goose? And the goose, looking at the swan with complete bafflement, thought to himself, I don't really want to be friends with Mr. Swan anymore. And the goose swam away. The end. Yay! Did you guys like that story? That was a good one. I just made that up. our current political climate in a nutshell. I don't feel like doing anything. I just want to lay here and do nothing. That sounds fun, actually. That sounds fun. I'm thinking, like, you know, I could play on my phone. I could play a different game on the PlayStation. I could play the DS. I could do research on the computer. I could browse memes, watch YouTube, start an anime. And, you know, I think about all that, and I'm like, none of that, you know, all that sounds like a lot of effort. I don't want to, so I'm just gonna lay here and just be. Listen to the constant hum of my blowing fan that's not even pointed in the right direction. I'm gonna think about how my cat is on the chair behind me. Probably needs to use the cat box, but isn't gonna bug me about it for the next like 3 hours, so she'll be fine. Think about how I need to use the cat box, except it's called the human box, except it's not a box, it's a bowl. It's not a bowl of cat litter, it's a bowl of water connected to a pipe. Ugh. My arm's been in the way. Let's like this. It's probably the same issue. There you go. You guys ever feel like, you know, do you guys ever feel like when you see like a YouTuber or something get on in front of the camera, like when you start like watching a YouTube video or something, that you have sort of this expectation of like, not necessarily of what they're going to do, but of how entertained you're going to be watching them, right? You know, it could be a YouTuber that, you know, you watch regularly, or it could be, you know, maybe it's like a TED Talk, right? and you have a certain expectation of like how a TED Talk is and how it's gonna go. Or maybe it's just like just a random thing, right? Like maybe an informative video, or maybe like a funny skit, whatever. Anyway, no matter what kind of video it is, you start watching and you have this like predetermined expectation of exactly how you're going, how much you're going to be entertained by this and in what way you're going to be entertained. Are you going to learn something new? Are you going to be laughing your butt off? Are you, expecting something interesting to happen, within the first 5 minutes? Things like that. Don't you guys think it's weird how, for those of you who have experienced that, don't you guys think it's weird that we have that expectation? Like, because, at the end of the day, it's, a human being who's getting in front of the camera or whatever, right? And whatever they're putting out could be of varying quality, but you assume that since they put out a video that it's going to be interesting, that their like YouTube channel or this like genre of video, has certain expectations associated with it. So, don't post a video and call it comedy when it's not funny, or don't get a clickbait title in my face with a wacky thumbnail if it's going to be an uninteresting video, things like that. You have this expectation of like how this is supposed to go and whatnot. So, and I think the same applies to people, not just YouTubers, but like people in general. You know somebody and you expect a certain experience. You could expect a certain experience from seeing somebody or from interacting with somebody or whatever. And so you have these expectations for the person to entertain you in a certain way. And I think that like for like videos on YouTube, it makes sense, right? If you watch a Mr. Beast video, for example, then you're expecting him to do something, crazy and like high performance with, and high energy, that involves a lot of money. So, you have that expectation. So, therefore, if you watch a Mr. Beast video and he doesn't hit those marks in the video, then is it really a Mr. Beast video, right? Is this, it breaks your expectation of him. And so, do you look at Mr. Beast as less of a person when he stops doing like those sort of wacky, crazy, expensive things? Or do you, and I'm not talking about like, just it doesn't matter if he spends money as long as he's like still a cool and entertaining person. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about necessarily the money aspect of it. I'm talking about the entertainment value of it. If Mr. Beast wasn't entertaining anymore, then would you like lose respect for him, and would you not want to watch his videos anymore, not want to interact with him anymore? And I'm asking that as kind of a hypothetical question. It's not like as far as YouTube goes, it's fine, right? As far as entertainment goes, it's fine to expect a certain quality of the entertainment that you're consuming, because, for the most part, it's the fact that you're spending your time watching this thing, it better be worth your time, sort of thing, right? You're allocating time towards your day. You're allocating 10 or 20 or 30 minutes towards investing into a video like this. So, right, you didn't just click it for background noise, you clicked it because you want to engage in something. So that's totally fine, right? YouTube should be like that, right? Things you seek out for entertainment should be entertaining. But for me, the reason why I bring this all up is because I feel like it's easy to, and I think it's a bad thing, when you start attaching that sort of standard onto the people in your life, right? If you become friends with somebody because they act or behave a certain way, maybe they're funny, maybe they're this, maybe they're like a cool person, whatever. Do you stop being friends with them when they stop being the person that you think they are? That's the question. Because you would do that with a YouTuber. If Mr. Beast changed, and just started putting out just documentaries or something, you'd probably stop watching him because Mr. Beast isn't somebody who does documentaries, right? It's and I'm talking about the stale History Channel kind of documentaries. If Mr. Beast changed his content, or if any other YouTuber changed their content drastically, if they stopped being the person that you thought they were, then they were the content that you thought it was, then you'd probably stop watching and you'd seek that kind of content out elsewhere, most likely. And that makes sense. But would you do that to a friend, or would you do that to a relationship partner? If you had a friend or a relationship where you like them for a specific aspect of them, and they stop being that, and just 100% they stop being that, not just they lose a little bit of it, but they 100% they full stop, would you drop that friendship, or would you drop that relationship? I think that's kind of the question. How much and so the answer to that depends on how much do you expect out of the relationships you have? What do you expect the other person to do? Not necessarily to do per se, but what do you expect? What standards and expectations have you put on this other person that you're friends with? And of course, a friend, you could have multiple friends, and each friend has a different expectation for you. You expect friend number one to talk and behave in a certain way, to have certain opinions about stuff, and then you expect friend number two to have slightly different opinions and behave a slightly different way, and things like that. And you expect person number three to to be able to play video games with you, right? And because they're your video game buddy, and this and that, right? You can have these sort of expectations on people, not necessarily saying that you demand them to fit this standard, but just that I'm more so talking about the fact that your mind has adjusted to thinking about this person in a specific way. And so when you think about this person in a specific way, this guy is really nice, or this guy is kind of a dick, but not to me, so that's fine, or this person is all lovey-dovey towards me, or whatever, right? Whatever your mind is interpreting that person, that person is, that friend or that relationship partner is, what would happen? How would you feel if they stopped being that? If they stopped being the person that you thought they were, and they changed into something else? Would you be okay with it? Would you try to embrace the new person that they are? Or would you not be okay with that, and would you try to either confront it, or break off the friendship, or the relationship, or whatever? Would you be okay with it, or would you not be okay with it? And depending on your answer, I would ask why. Why would you not be okay with somebody that you're friends with or that you're in a relationship with, why would you not be okay with them acting differently? Why does it matter so much that they break your expectation, that they're not the person that you thought they were, or that they have become a different person than you thought they were? Why is that like heartbreaking? Why is that, you know? Why does it matter, I suppose? And then on the flip side, if you answer differently and said, oh, you would be okay with it. Oh, yeah, if, my boyfriend or my girlfriend, changed as a person, I would still love them. Well, why? Why would you still like them? You obviously you got in a relationship with them for a reason, right? You liked them as a person for a reason. If they're no longer that person, if they are no longer the person that you initially fell in love with, then what compels you to still want to be with them despite the change? And I'm not asking that as an attack, right? I'm not asking that as like, oh, why would you want this or whatever. I'm asking that as like a genuine, like, serious, like, why would you be okay with that? And so I think I think the answer with friendships and with relationships is that I think we would be okay, because the thing is, I would be okay, right? If I knew somebody and I had a connection with somebody and then they changed into a different person, I would be okay with it because I have established a relationship with them. I have established a genuine connection, and I have bonded with them and formed memories with them. We have a bond that is more of a bond than I have with anybody else on the planet, right? Than I have with anybody else, right? I don't, let's say it's a relationship, right? We've done things together, we've shared things together, we've had feelings for each other, things like that. So, I have more of a bond with this one person, with my relationship partner, than I do with anybody else on the planet. So even if that person changes, then them changing does not eliminate the bond that formed. It might destroy the person that I initially fell in love with. It might eliminate that. But now that the relationship has progressed and, we've been together for a long time, or, it's the same with friends. Now that so much time has passed, we have formed a bond. And so the relationship is no longer about the initial person who I fell in love with. The relationship is now more so about the bond that we share together, the experiences and the memories and the feelings that we share with each other. That's what the relationship becomes about, right? It's not even about whether she or I are even the same person anymore, right? It's we could be completely different people, the both of us, and it wouldn't matter because we still have more of a bond and a connection with each other than we have with anybody else on the planet. And so I think that's the reason why I would be okay with that, is because the relationship, even though I got in a relationship, if I had a girlfriend or whatever, if I got in a relationship with her because she is a certain way, right, and that was appealing to me and I fell in love with that, even if that was my initial reason for getting in a relationship, over time, being in that relationship, my reason for staying with her changes. It changes from, how it started where I fell in love with this specific person. It changes from that to, oh, we have a bond with each other now. Oh, we've shared experiences with each other now. We have memories with each other now, things like that. We have feelings with each other now. So it doesn't matter who. So, since the reason itself changed, then it no longer matters that, if she's a different person or if I'm a different person, because we have a bond with each other that has developed, which is actually why it's so hard to leave long-term relationships. Because even if, and this is something that happens a lot, is it's not like every relationship, but it happens a bit, where two people want to break up with each other, but they've been with each other for so long that it would require too much time and effort to reestablish that kind of bond and connection with somebody else. So they think that, okay, I've already bonded and connected with this person, so even though we might not necessarily like each other like 100%, let's just try to stick it out and stick out the relationship, because it's so much to lose if we leave now, right? It's this sort of sunk cost fallacy. At that point, you think, you've invested so much into it, and you have so much, invested, that it's like, okay, if I leave, then I'm gonna lose all of that. So, and it's more than just a sunk cost fallacy, because that has to do with gambling. It's that you've created this bond and you don't want to destroy the bond, right? Because your reason for being in a relationship, for staying in the relationship, has changed. So, I mean, there's a lot of directions you can go with that, but yeah, essentially, the reason why you've stayed in the relationship changes. It changes to, you form this bond with this person, and so the longer you're with somebody, the more of a bond and a connection you share, and so the deeper you are into it. And so when you're so deep, even if the rules change or even if the people involved change, then it doesn't bring you back up to the surface. It doesn't invalidate what the relationship currently is. Just because your initial reason for getting together is gone, you're still going to stay, because the initial reason for getting together doesn't matter anymore, because that was just the gun firing off at the start of the race so that you can get moving. So it doesn't, it's typically you become infatuated with somebody and then later on you fall in love. So, and then it's, infatuation is the cost of entry of, getting into a relationship, but then falling in love is the reason why you stay. And the two are different. So, not too much different, but they are different. So, and then when people change, the two become different, right? You're not infatuated with this person anymore. You might not even like this new person anymore. The person that that they've become. But you're still in love with them. So you don't like them, but you love them. So that's where that comes from. So, which in my opinion is fine. I mean, with relationships, as long as two people are loyal and they don't hate each other's guts, then I think it can work out, right? And because it can work out, it should work out. Alright, because that's what you do. That's what you do. But yeah, you don't and you shouldn't have a have a deep bond and connection with a YouTuber or like a streamer, right? To bring it back full circle, the reason why I say it's completely okay to drop a YouTuber whose videos changed is because you shouldn't be, attached to them enough to want to, or you shouldn't be attached to them to the point where like you're just, you're in love with them, so you follow them around forever. So I guess, my stream is kind of the exception to that, but I'm talking about like normal YouTubers, right? Like people who create content. I don't create content. So, I mean, like my stream here personally doesn't necessarily apply to any of this. But yeah, as far as like YouTubers who create content, it's like you're not. Right, that's called a parasocial relationship. Where you have this, it's a one-sided relationship where you get to know them and you can experience them, but it's not reciprocated at all. And with like popular YouTubers, it's a little dangerous because the parasocial relationship, one YouTuber could have like hundreds of fans who are in love with him or her. And of course, the YouTuber isn't going to reciprocate any of that because they don't know any of the people. Because they're people who have just given them, one view and one like per video. But yeah, as far as like real relationships go, and by real I mean like, it's two people and they know each other, then it's fine for like a bond to form, and even if people change, it's okay to still stay with them. Like it doesn't matter. Like honestly, like in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. And I personally don't think it matters like how you spend your life. If you spend your life with one person or another or not, then it doesn't matter as long as like you can find satisfaction in it. And I think that when you form a bond with somebody, you can find satisfaction in it. Even if like, there's a rough patch, or even if there's, there's moments that you hate, you can still be satisfied with it for the majority. So, nothing's perfect, and nothing's perfect, so you kind of take what you can get, right? Like if everybody expected perfection from a relationship, then nobody would be able to stay in a relationship, because no relationship is perfect. No two people are the same as each other. So, you deal with it. But as long as you're able to derive happiness from whatever whoever you're with or whatever you are doing, then that's fine. And the thing is that being able to derive happiness from a situation is a mindset. It's a perspective. So that person who hated me, who ended up hating me, I truly believe that if they had changed their mindset and their perspective on things, then they wouldn't have, and they wouldn't have had to suffer, and they would have been fine with the situation. I don't think that they should have been obligated to, but it would have probably been better for them mentally. But I mean, as I don't necessarily blame them for that, but it's still that same concept of find what you can enjoy in a relationship with somebody, and if there are certain things that should be adjusted, not necessarily changed entirely, but just like if there are some adjustments that need to be made in order for you to enjoy things better, then that's a topic of conversation, right? Oh, do you think you could do this so that, or do you think you could let me do this or whatever, so that then I think both of us will be happy, things like that. It's a case by case situation, but people do change. I think that's kind of a consequence of life. Like, as we grow up, we're going to change. Some people more drastically than others, for sure. Like, someone like me, like, I haven't changed that much since I was, like, 17. Like, honestly, God, or like 16. I remember being 16, and I was starting to do a lot of the stuff that I still do now. That was, 11 years ago, so I'm relatively the same. I have more life experience, and so I'm going to typically make different decisions and different judgments, but I'm generally the same person as I was back then. So you take 16-year-old me and you put him next to today me, and there's not going to be too much of a difference. So and some people are like that. Some people are like that, where they're when they're an adult, they act the same. They still have the same personality as they did when they were a kid, whether it's like happy, bubbly, or whether it's like negative and depressed, or whatever, or whether it's a mix, right? And then there are other people who completely change. There are people who are a completely different person at age 20 than they were at age 15, and it's shocking, the kind of change that occurs with that. So it's crazy, but I mean, it is what it is, right? Different strokes, different folks. Some people can remain relatively the same, and some people will change drastically. And yeah, I don't like that people who change drastically. Like, I don't think there's a need to change drastically. I think the fact that somebody would change so much is a symptom of them not being able to do the right thing by default, right? Because why do we change? If we change something, it's typically out of necessity, or it's typically out of, like, not necessity, but what would you call it? It's out of betterment. You see it as better if you changed something about you. And then it's just little micro changes like that. Or you realize something, and so you should stop doing it, right? You think these thoughts, and you change slowly over time, or you learn new things and have new experiences, and you adjust for them. But if it's like a drastic change, like you have a complete different personality type when you're 35 compared to when you're 20, then it almost doesn't make sense. It makes it seem like you're admitting that you were stupid back then. And sure, maybe that was the case, but it's just the reason why I don't like it, and not that any of that is wrong, It's just the reason why I don't like it is because it means that you're never going to be satisfied with the same situation. If you get in a life situation when you're 20, but then you stay in that life situation for your whole life, but then you change, over the next decade or so, then you're going to get to a point where you're not satisfied anymore, because you're not the same person as you were back then. You're not going to like the same things as you did back then, and so you're not going to like the situation that you're in, that you had chosen for yourself back then, right? And the situation could be a career choice, it could be a housing choice, it could be your relationship partner, it could be the number of friends you have or the hobbies that you enjoy. I mean, it can be anything. And the thing is, it's that you could become dissatisfied. If you're the kind of person who changes a lot over the course of your life, then you're going to end up dissatisfied at whatever you choose to do years down the line. Which means that you can never really stay in one situation. You can never really hold on to one thing. And I think that's kind of sad. I think that the best thing in life is to find something that you're comfortable with and then just figure out how to do that all the time. I think that's really the only... I think that's really, like, the main way that human beings can attain happiness, is that we find something that we like and we continue to enjoy it. Because the thing is, like, there's so much out there to do, but very little opportunity to do any of it. And so when you create the opportunity to do something that you think you'll like or that you will like, then that in itself is a feat. And you had to put an effort to accomplish that feat. And if you change, your personality changes, and then you don't like that thing anymore, well, then now you got to start over, right? But you're going to start over and you're 30 years old, you're 45 years old, right? Maybe, you got married when you were young, but but then you changed over the next 20 years, and then you don't like your relationship partner anymore, because the kind of life that relationship provides you was satisfying, and it was satisfying when you first got into it, but now you've changed, and so now it's not satisfying to you anymore. And I think that's just a terrible thing. And again, this doesn't apply to everybody. I don't even think this applies to the majority of people. But for the people who it does apply to, I think it is a sad thing that you set yourself up for success, but then you change so much that you don't want it anymore, and you want something else that you got to go pursue now. And I mean, it's any point in your life, right? It could be, when you're going from age 17 to 18, it could happen. Or it could be when you're going from age 25 to 50, it could happen, right? It could happen at any point, right? It could be like, it could be you lived your whole life one way, but then, when you're 70 and you retire, then you could all of a sudden decide you want something else, right? And it's like, while the concept of change itself is good, I don't think that people should really undergo change. You should be able to adapt. Adapting isn't the same as changing. Adapting means that you can accommodate for the world around you that does change, but you are able to survive it because you have stayed the same. And I really think that's the best way to live life. I don't really think that's debatable, but I mean, it could be. Who knows? I mean, again, it's different strokes, that's my opinion, and that's generally how I live my life. But the thing is, That's coming from someone like me who, you know, I've lived half my life wanting the same one thing. So, not even half my life, like my whole life, I've wanted the same one thing. In fact, even when I was like 5 years old, and I was just this happy, bubbly, kindergartner, whatever, and because I was like, I liked talking to people, and as a kid, I liked being really friendly, and I was, very like hyperactive and friendly and bubbly and positive. I was that kind of kid. I liked making jokes. I was the class clown in 4th and 5th grade. I was that kind of kid. And the thing is, like, nowadays, I've mellowed out, but I'm still that same person. Like, I still have that same personality where I want to expend my energy being happy around people I care about, or around somebody that I care about. That's why I would want to make dinner for my family. It's because I, would want to make them happy with that. I would want to expend the energy doing something that I thought was cool to make them happy. And that's exactly the same, mentality I would have I had as a 5-year-old. But of course, I'm an adult, or, of course I'm an adult. When you get older, life hits differently, and it's not necessarily in a good way. And I don't... and that's sort of what happened in middle school, is that I mellowed out because everything around me changed, but I wanted to stay the same, and I was going to be left behind. So I adapted, but I never let go of that part of my personality, and I did try to find people who I could be happy around. But it's like that core part of my personality never left. So, as a kid, I always wanted a player too, or I always wanted a partner to spend time with. The kind of person that I wanted changed, right? The freaking 8-year-old isn't going to want like a girlfriend, or they shouldn't. Well, honestly, fucking Zoomers. Hormones in the McDonald's fast food, making everybody grow up fast. Anyway, the 8-year-old me didn't want a girlfriend. I just wanted somebody to play video games with. But then I became a teenager, and I'm like, hey, that's somebody to play video games with. It'd be cool if they were a girl. Because obviously, you change in that way when you hit puberty. But I mean, other than that, like the circumstances for the desire altered, but the desire itself never changed. I always wanted somebody that I could just like be myself around and be happy with. And it's always been the same, right? And when I said like, oh, I was 5 years old and I was, friendly with people, I'm not saying I was a socialite, right? I'm not some social butterfly. I would find one or two people who I could call like my genuine friends, and I could play stuff with. And I remember being like in elementary school and always taking the lead with like fun activities that me and my friends would play during recess. I remember that. It's because I wanted this thing to happen. And so I wanted people that I could be bubbly and hyperactive and happy around. And so I created that for myself. But I created that for myself in the first grade, right? I'm a 6-year-old, and this is what I'm doing. So, and now I'm 27, and I feel like doing the same thing. Like it's still there, right? So I myself have never changed. I just adapted to every single new stage of my life, because obviously, nowadays, I can't be happy bubbly around most people, right? Or at least, there's certain conditions to it, right? There's there's a lot of like social conditions to it. You gotta have things to talk about with people, and they gotta be interesting, and they gotta involve them, and it's gotta, and you have all these little emotions to micromanage, and people are careful, and they have a filter around each other, with each other, but then they also have their own opinions, and they might think you're weird. There's a lot of like social acceptance there, right? That's how it was in middle school. I couldn't be a happy, bubbly kid who, played in the grassy field with my friends, role playing. I couldn't do that in middle school. There were a couple kids who did do that in my class, and they were looked at as like freaks. And so I couldn't do that, right? That's what I had done like all of elementary school, and now middle school comes and I can't do that anymore. And so I'm like, okay, I gotta change, and where is everybody hanging out? And so everyone's hanging out at the lunch benches, right, being cool kids. And so I joined those groups, and try to develop inside jokes and all that sort of stuff, and somewhat successful and somewhat not, whatever. But you adapt to the changing circumstances, but I still approached everything in the same way, I guess. Or I approached everything with the same objective. Which was, to have a good time in what I perceive to be a good time. So. But the thing is, the more that life weighs you down, the more that you just get like bitter, and the more you get like exhausted by it, and then you just start getting bitter. And that's what happened to me too. I didn't, once I hit high school, I saw that like, okay, I'm not allowed to be myself anymore. I'm not allowed to have this kind of personality, because everyone's just decided to grow up. But they've decided to grow up in like the stupidest way possible, in my eyes. And I want to exercise my intelligence while still having a good time doing so. But nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to, conform to normal standards while acting mature about it, which was the exact opposite of what I was trying to do. And so but everyone was doing that, and so I ended up hating the world. And so a lot of my ability to analyze the world and like critically think about issues and be able to psychoanalyze people comes from when I was in high school, and I had no other way to justify why the world was so shit. There was no other way for me to think about it other than trying to figure it out like that. So, and of course those abilities bled over to it, to my adulthood. And even though I guess I got out of that situation, right? I didn't feel trapped in like that sort of thing anymore. I still, even if it doesn't affect me personally, I still look at the world around me and I see that it's just the same as it was back then. In fact, it's worse now. And I think it's such a shame, because my preferred way of life, which I've held on to since I became conscious, is not the way to go, right? It's not the way that most people agree with. And it baffles my mind that people can't even think that it's a viable option. Like, I've talked to so many people, and I've expressed these sort of opinions and feelings about things, and they think I'm weird. They think I'm like this one-off outcast case that, and I'm like a broken person. But I'm not a broken person. I know I'm not a broken person. I just think differently than everyone else about all this. So I just have different opinions. So, and it sucks. It honestly does. And I don't feel like there's a way to circumvent any of this, right? It's no longer a matter of adapting. In my eyes, it's a matter of escaping it, right? I still want my life partner. I'm gonna find her, I'm gonna get her, and then I'm gonna escape, because what else can you do, right? You're not gonna change, I'm not gonna change the world. I'm not gonna change anybody's mind on this. So I create the situation. So the only thing I can do is create the situation I've always wanted for myself, and then leave, and then, and then just get away from everything that could impede on that. And that's pretty much the only thing that you can do. And I think that as far as the topic of changing goes, I think that I never changed. It's just as I grew up, I was slowly developing the ability to do that for myself, for the ability to achieve what I wanted for myself. And yeah, I'm 27, I still don't have it yet, so I'm taking a bit longer than I'd prefer. But, it's getting there. So, I don't know. This all might sound like very, depressive talk, but honestly, and I'm just using myself as an example, right? I don't, because I didn't change. My personality didn't change. I think people who change, I think a lot of people who end up changing, quote unquote, it's not so much that they change. I don't think their personality really alters that much. I think it's that they didn't understand what exactly it was they wanted. They weren't, they didn't understand what they wanted as a human being. And maybe they believed what other people told them that they wanted. Maybe they believed what they themselves thought that they wanted. And they didn't. And it went against who they truly were, essentially. So I know plenty of people like that. I don't know plenty of people like that. I knew a couple. But, and then it's the way that you communicate. And of course I'm talking all from my perspective, right? So obviously it's the way that you communicate what you want. The thing is, with me, I was very in tune with my emotions, even from a young age, because I had to deal with a lot growing up. So I feel like I understood myself better. I think out of necessity as well, because I needed to know what I wanted in life. And I don't think as a teenager I really knew. I had a vague idea of what I wanted in life, but I couldn't really solidify it. Because you can go on the internet and you can say that feel with no girlfriend, or whatever. But, what does that really mean? It doesn't. You guys have heard the meme that feel no girlfriend. What does that really mean, though? What it means is it's different for each person. It's different for each person. Why do you want a girlfriend? What does that encapsulate for you, right? What kind of person do you want, right? Getting in a relationship can create a number of different situations, right? So what kind of person do you want to be with? What kind of life situation do you want to end up in when you get a relationship partner? You can't just go to the girlfriend store and buy the cutest one and expect to call it a day. You have certain desires as a human being that you need fulfilled by a person who also has those desires that needs to be fulfilled, right? You and your relationship partner need to be on the same wavelength as far as that goes. And if you're not, well, then it's not really a relationship, is it? It's, or it's not really gonna lead to anything. A lot of relationships are like that. A lot of high school relationships are like that, where it's just two people think they're attractive and they're kind of friends with each other, and one asks the other out. And it's like, oh, cool, yeah. Oh, you're nice to me in class, now I have a crush on you, right? And then they get together, but then they date for a while, whatever dating means, and then after a while it just doesn't work. Well, why does it not work? Because fundamentally the two people wanted different things in life, or maybe they were at different stages in life, right? So it didn't work out because they were probably not meant to be together in the first place, right? Like I've said a lot, I mean, I've said this a lot, but relationships are about knowing what you want in life and then finding somebody else who wants the exact same thing, or who wants pretty close to the exact same thing as you do. That's all a relationship is. You find that and it's going to work out, right? So you want to spend the rest of your life just clinging on to each other? Fantastic. As long as the other person's, vibing with that too, then you're going to be pretty happy with each other, right? Oh, the two of you want, your own space and only want to go on on dates once a week. That's fine. That's totally fine, right? It's like, as long as both of you live like that, then as long as both of you like living like that, then well, that's fine, right? The problem is that people settle, and they settle not necessarily for looks, but they settle in the desire, right? One person wants one thing, the other person wants the other thing, and both people try to come to this weird compromise where they both give a little bit of what each other wants, but then they also both take away a bit of what each other wants. And they do that, and then the relationship gets into 1 or 2 or 5 years down the road, and they're like, okay, well, we formed this bond, we're not 100% happy with each other, but whatever, let's just stay with each other. And then they settle, right? And then that kind of relationship typically leads to a divorce somewhere down the line. And the thing is, it's pretty problematic. I mean, you don't, especially before the internet, you didn't have too much opportunity to meet people, right? The people that you met were either like people who lived in your town, like mutual friends to people you already knew, or like, your brother's fiance's best friend. All right, which is how my parents met. That's so. It's like you don't have too much opportunity, right? And so what you would end up seeing is a lot of people who grow up in the same town as each other get together, but are they necessarily a good fit for each other? Maybe. You can marry your high school sweetheart and stay with her till you both die. That's not impossible. It's likely to not happen, but it's the reason why it's such a meme that like they say like high school relationships don't work out. The reason why that's such like common knowledge is because high school relationships are like what I described earlier, where they're not based off of desires. They're not based off of like knowing what you want in life, right? The two people in high school might want different things in life. They might not even know what they want in life. They just date each other because they like each other, and their hormones are going crazy and they feel like they should be in a relationship, which is fine. But that's typically, that sort of thing isn't necessarily going to work out, because if you have different desires in life. You can have a guy and a girl in high school get together and they both want different things in life, but neither of them know it, and they just with each other because they had crushes on each other and their friends egged them on and they were nice to each other in class, and they might as well, because what's there to lose, right? And then the relationship lasts throughout high school, and then they grow apart because they both didn't want the same thing, right? So you couldn't force it. But take that same situation, guy and the girl, and if they both desire the same thing and they both know what it is that they desire in life and they stay consistent with that, then they can get married and live a happy life. But again, it's all about, they can get married and live a happy life because the life that they live together is something that the both of them wanted. It's the same thing that both of them wanted. And so when, but that's the thing, it's all about desire, right? It's all about knowing what you want in life and then going for it, right? I mean, I feel like I knew what I wanted in life when I was in high school, but it's just that desire sort of developed more articulately as I grew older. But like as I grew older throughout high school, right? It's like by like senior year, I was pretty much just like, this is exactly, I know exactly what I want. I don't know what I want for the rest of my life, but I know what I want in like a relationship partner. And so I sought that out. I sought that out. It's very tough because like charm and charisma are pretty independent of that sort of thing. So if you want to like attract somebody, you need to be a little charismatic, or at least a little capable of like having the kind of conversation you want to have, right? You have to be maybe not charismatic or charming, but you have to be expressive enough. You have to be able to communicate what you want and in the way that you want it to, for on the off chance that you're going to find somebody who also does the same thing. So I mean, that's what I went through. Talk to thousands of people. But yeah, I don't know. It's silly. But yeah, for people who change throughout their lives, right? They wanted something in middle school, and then they wanted a different thing in high school, and then they wanted a different thing in college, and then they wanted a different thing as a young adult, and then they wanted a different thing as a middle-aged adult, and then they wanted something different as an elderly person. It's like, well, that person is going to go through like 6 divorces because they could never settle on one thing, on one desire. So I feel bad for those people because your life is basically just this giant roller coaster of highs and lows, right? You're trying to figure out what you want, and then you think you figured it out, and so you chase it, and then you get it, and then you realize that it's not what you want, and you're disappointed, and you break up with the person, or you leave the friend group, or you get into fights, or you burn bridges because of it, and then you reevaluate your life, and you go through a point of depression, and then you go to the therapist, and then you figure out like, oh, maybe I wanted this in life instead, and then you go towards that, and then you find it, and then it's not what you want, and then like it's this mix of like changing too much throughout your life combined with not ever being able to figure out what it is you desire. What kind of life do you want to live, right? And I think this is a huge problem among people who chase excitement. They want life to be like exciting and stimulating all the time. And so it's a matter of trying to find what excites them. But the thing is about like excitement and entertainment is that no one thing is going to entertain you for the rest of your life, which brings me back to the whole like, would you be disappointed in like if your favorite YouTuber changed his content? It's, you can't assign those values to a relationship partner, because a relationship partner isn't meant to be entertaining. They're not meant to keep you occupied for the rest of your life. They're meant to give you a life situation that you want to be in. And most of the time that life situation involves the partner themselves, you being in love with them, and they to you, and all of that. And you're lovey-dovey, cutesy, romantic, and supportive of each other. But you can't, despite all that, you cannot look to them for entertainment, right? You can't look to them for this sort of like, socialness or whatever. You know, you just can't. Because they're not going to be able to fill those shoes, right? You think about a YouTuber, right? I know I brought this up before, but you think about like a YouTuber. If like Mr. Beast, let's say Mr. Beast, okay? Because he's a pretty radical example, but it still applies. Mr. Beast puts out a video. He puts out a 10-minute video. How long do you think it took him to make that video? It took him probably like, you know, at least like 200 hours of labor to make that video. And that's the labor of multiple people, mind you. You have cameramen, you have lighting crew, you have, you know, the people involved in the sets that he uses and the locations that he goes to, the sponsors, the money that's involved, you know, all this, you know, the people participating in his activities, you know, all this sort of stuff. For a 10-minute video. Of course, he's making his money back on that 10-minute video, but you know, it's still, for 10 minutes of entertainment, it cost hundreds of hours of effort and planning and money. So you can't expect that from a relationship partner all the time, right? Somebody who you spend 24/7 with, you can't expect that level of like engagement, and you can't expect that level of like entertainment or satisfaction from your relationship partner. And not satisfaction is a state of mind, right? So, you know, in conclusion, you have to be satisfied with the person that you have, right? The relationship partner that you have, and the amount of, you know, and the amount that you get out of it, right? Because in my opinion, you know, you're in a relationship with somebody and you get zero out of it, and I think it's still a good relationship, because the whole point of it isn't to get anything out of it. The point of it is to be together. So whatever being together means for you, right? And it means something different for everybody. Being together in the sense that you want means something different for everybody. So hopefully the person you're with, it means the same thing for them as it does for you. I don't need the world to agree on what kind of relationship I want to have. I just need one person to agree on that. And then once I find that one person who agrees with me, then I'm good to go, right? And it doesn't matter what the rest of the world thinks, right? I'm good to go for the rest of my life. So maybe I'll find that person. Maybe they're already here. Maybe they'll develop an AI female robot companion to that I can program to just agree with me. That'd be great. See, that's why that piece of technology is going to be able to circumvent all of this, because you can just program a computer chip to be the person you want to be with, and then you're good to go, right? You can program them to be, you know, a girl in a harem, or an otome character, or a Chad, or, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or anything like that. You know, whatever your thing is, you know, it should technically be possible. It is technically, but it's just we haven't gotten there yet. So. I had that dream, or that kind of desire, where I wanted to make the AI that would. I wanted to be the one to make the AI for that. That's sort of one of the things that I wanted to do, is because it's about it's responses, right? When you talk to somebody, you say something to them and they respond to you, right? But you think about that, and then their response, you listen to it, and then you respond to their response, and it goes back and forth. You think about an interaction like that. That sounds really simple to us human beings. For a computer to do that, however, it's going to be very difficult. So because it's a matter of changing. It's a matter of extracting meaning from the words that are spoken, and then to interpret that meaning, and then to come up with an idea to respond to that with, and forming, and using that idea to form a string of words as a verbal response. There's a lot of steps behind it, and the key fundamental thing is to be able to boil sentences down into the ideas that it has and the ideas that it's trying to communicate. You guys can think about, like let's say, if you say a sentence, any sentence, if you put emphasis on a different word in that sentence, then you could change the meaning of it. Right? If I said a statement, the dog jumped over the fence. If I emphasized a different word in that sentence, it would change the meaning of how you perceive the sentence. The dog jumped over the fence. 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 Right? You guys can see what I'm saying. The emphasis, depending on where the emphasis is put, you could derive different meaning. If I said the dog jumped over the fence, you might think, oh, well, okay, the dog did that. Were there other animals involved? Like, what did the cat do? What did the bunny do? It would, what did the horse do? You might think that. Or if I said the dog jumped over the fence, you might think like, okay, well, there's just one dog in this situation, and he decided to jump over the fence as opposed to running around the fence, or crawling underneath the fence, or just bashing his head through the fence and breaking it. And then if I said the same sentence, the dog jumped over the fence, then now you're thinking like, okay, the dog jumped over the fence, right? The fence was the object that he decided to jump over, as opposed to the hay barrel, as opposed to the toy car. He could have jumped over anything, but he jumped over the fence specifically, right? You guys can tell that you guys can understand that if I say a sentence, the same sentence in a different way, then you can derive a different meaning, and it makes you think of different ideas. And because you think of different ideas from how I said that same sentence, your response will be different. Now imagine teaching that to a computer. Imagine teaching that to a computer. If you typed in text the words, the dog jumped over the fence, then a computer isn't going to be able to interpret any of the ideas that I just described about where I put my emphasis, right? Because it's a text, it's because it's, a voice to text. If it's an audio listener, right? If you put microphones in a robot's ears and it's able to hear what you say, it's going to convert your sound into speech to text. And then it's going to look at the text and derive the literal meaning of that text. And then it's going to juxtapose that against an AI database on conversation, and it'll spit out a response. But the thing is, that response will not be a response to how the person talking to the robot said the sentence. It won't be a response to how they said the sentence. It'll just be a pre-designated response to how it is normally how that kind of a sentence is normally responded to as. And the best example of that is, or the best proof of that is Chatterbait. Or not Chatterbait. Oh god, what was it? Chatbot. Yeah, that Chatbot. God, Chatterbait was it's a totally different thing. Chatbot. Or is it called Chatbot? I don't know. It's that website where it looks like a Google search engine. But you type in something and you have an AI robot responding to you. If I typed in the sentence, the dog jumped over the fence, it would have the same response to me typing that as it would if you guys typed that, or as if it would if like my grandpa typed that, right? And it's, God rest his soul. So, it would have the same response because it's just one sentence, right? The idea that's communicated with it, or the interpretation, the literal interpretation of the words strung together in that sentence is what the AI robot is going to understand, and it's going to calculate the best response to that specific thing. But the thing is, chatbot cannot understand context. In the same sense that, when me emphasizing each of the different words provided you guys with a different idea, context will also provide you with a different idea. If I said the dog jumped over the fence after this whole long build-up of like, oh, there's this dog and he's in danger and he's trying to run away, but there's a fence that's blocking the way and he's never jumped over a fence before, but he has to survive and save his owner or whatever, and so he bravely bends his knees on the ground and takes the jump that he's failed so many times, and the dog jumps over the fence. That's a lot of context, and you guys probably feel like there's a sense of pride and accomplishment for that dog for overcoming that challenge in such a life-threatening situation. That invokes a lot of feelings in you, and your response to my story about how the dog jumped over the fence, your response to my story about that is going to be heavily influenced by all those feelings that you feel. A robot isn't going to respond like that. That's essentially what it is, because a robot isn't able to understand the context and understand the emotions that are associated with that. If you go on Chatbot and whatever the website's called, I don't even know what it's called, and you were to type out that long string of that long context, then Chatbot would only look at the last sentence that you said, the dog jumped over the fence, and then ask some generic like, oh, why did the dog jump over the fence? Even though you just gave him this entire like emotional context behind it. The thing is, I could provide a different context, right? I could, provide like, oh, my neighbor has this loud dog and he saw my cat, or he has this obnoxious dog and he saw my cat outside and he wanted to eat the cat. And so the dog jumped over the fence, right? And so I could provide that, and that's a completely different context, right? That's a completely different context for the dog jumping over the fence. Now, the dog jumping over the fence, it's not a moment of triumph for a dog who's running for his life. Now it's a bad thing, right? Now it's a bad thing. This annoying dog is terrible, and and he jumped over the fence to go eat my cat, right? That's a terrible thing. You guys would respond to that probably by whatever response you have. Maybe it's like, oh, the dog shouldn't have done that, oh, you should have killed the dog, or oh, you should have or why was the cat outside, you shouldn't have done that, or maybe you have a different response of like, oh, you should call animal control to have that neighbor or you should complain to your neighbor, or anything like that. There's a number of responses that you could come up with depending on your personality and depending on how you interpreted that specific story. An AI chatbot is going to respond the same way to the dog jumped over the fence in that context as it would, from my previous story about the dog running for his life. It would be the same response because they are taking the literal meaning of the sentence, the dog jumped over the fence. They are not tying it together with the context that's behind, and they are not understanding the human emotions that are being produced by, from telling that story. Because we as human beings, we can see a story about like, oh, how there's an obnoxious dog, or there's this loud, out of control like pit bull, in the neighbor's lawn that's always barking at my cat, and my cat got out to the backyard and the dog jumped over the fence. And the thing is, we can understand that and we attach human emotions to that. And the thing is, depending on the person, they might have a different response, right? They might chastise the dog for being such an unruly pet. They might chastise the neighbor for not keeping the dog under control. They might chastise you for letting your cat escape. They might question the whole situation. Well, why did you move there in the first place? They might suggest contacting animal control. They might suggest contacting the police. They might suggest just talking it out with your neighbor and telling them the problem and trying to be amicable about it. I mean, they could be full-on anarchist and suggest killing everybody, right, in Minecraft. So your response to my story about my neighbor's dog jumping over the fence to eat my cat could be completely different depending on what your personality is and how you specifically emotionally interpreted my story. A computer is not going to be able to do that because a computer does not have the human capability of having a viewpoint on on stories like this. And so basically you would need to teach, and so basically, okay, so that's the problem, right? Is that an AI program is not going to be able, it doesn't understand the emotions and the context behind statements that you say. And this, I mean, I can bring up other examples too. It doesn't have to just be with, a vague story about that, right? It doesn't have to be about stories. It could be like I come home from work to my AI female robot and be like, oh, John at work was such a dick today. And my AI robot isn't going to know how to respond to that because there's whereas a real person would, right? If I had a real wife, a real human being, she would know how to respond to that because she would have because when I talk about John being a dick or an asshole or whatever, my wife would probably have the context of me complaining about my coworkers before. And, and then she would also have the context of me, I have to deal with this so that I can make money, right? So, I don't get fired from my job, right? So I have to deal with John and his behavior all the time. And my wife would also have the context of like, oh, my boss doesn't do anything. Like I've said before, my boss doesn't do anything about it because John is the sociable one and he's liked, by the boss. And so she would, have all this context of who John is and what the implications of me saying that he was misbehaving at work are, right? There are implications of my statements that go way beyond the statement itself. And you would be hard pressed to teach a robot how to understand that, right? You would be hard pressed to teach a robot to, be able to think that deeply about something that trivial. And so, there lies the problem, right? It's that AI robots aren't able to understand human emotion behind the context of, human emotion in the context of what you are telling it. if it even understands the context itself at all, if it's able to connect the dots. Human beings in our ability to communicate are able to string together certain ideas. And even if we tell somebody a completely new independent story, that person, the listener, is comparing that story to a plethora of ideas that the person has learned over the course of their entire life in order to come up with a unique response to my one statement. They are using an entire lifetime's worth of knowledge, a human perspective, in order to say a one sentence response to whatever I'm telling them. It's incredible how much thought and idea backs, supports any single amount of communication that you do with another human being. It's crazy. And it's not even just a matter of linguistics anymore, about understanding words. It's not even just about understanding ideas anymore or context. It's about understanding everything that exists in the perspective of a human being. And a human being is able to do that, a robot can't. And so there lies the problem. So what's the solution? Well, the solution that I have thought of is that you do make a robot understand everything. What you can do, actually, is you can have... the AI technology now is crazy. You can have an AI basically go through like an entire human life. That's what you would do. You would have... My solution would be that you take a robot and you simulate, and you create a simulation where that robot lives through an entire human life, and it takes and it internalizes all of the ideas and the lessons and the bits and pieces of the world that it has learned throughout its simulation as a human being. And then that AI has now learned enough in order to connect the dots between all different kinds of ideas. I say a statement to the robot. What does that robot think of when I say those words? It's going to reference all of the experiences and the ideas, the thoughts, and the knowledge that it has from a real life human simulation, and it's going to have to do that. And so once you get to that level, then it becomes like a human being. But easier said than done, right? You would have to create a human simulation that is actually real like. But in order to do that, and then you'd have to create an AI that actually interprets the knowledge like a human being would, right? And that actually like feels consequence to not being able to think of proper responses, and that gets chastised for it. So that would be a lot. But that's basically like whoever makes the AI, the computer program that they put in the sex robots that they're going to have in the future, whoever is tasked with that is going to have a hell of a job on their hands in order to create that. So my idea was just doing question responses. So you have like if-then statements. So basically you just, if I say one thing, then the robot will respond with another thing, and you type that in. Or if the robot says something, then I will say something else, and you type that in. But it gets very complex. I love that. I mean, I absolutely love that. So, but I don't know enough about programming to even like start doing something like that. So, you gotta study AI technology for like the next like decade of your life just to be able to get to a level where you could start something like that. So it's a task. But yeah, anyway, so that sort of thing really interested me. Not because of the thing itself. I mean, I'm pretty enamored by the whole concept, but what interested me is the result of it, right? This is something that like nobody knows how to do, like absolutely nobody. Like I've listened to interviews before of like people who are working in AI, and they're talking about like how it's like such a huge problem. Like it's such a, not a huge problem, but it's such a huge hurdle to overcome. But they don't talk about it in this context. They're looking at it as from a linguistics perspective, your way with words, you know, what words mean and things like that. To me, it's not a matter of linguistics. It's not a matter of understanding language. It's a matter of being able to draw context from past memories, which that moves away from linguistics and goes into the field of psychology, which makes developing an AI a psychology task, which means that you could get psychologists together, and typically with no job either, because people who major in psych have a tough time. You could get a bunch of psychologists together and, you know, and try to figure this out, right? You could task them with doing that, but I don't think the AI field is putting their focus in the right hands right now, and that's going to put progress back quite a bit. So anyway, the next thing that we're going to have as far as like that goes is we're going to have very simple like chatbot level AI that's going to we're going to have, so understanding all that, we're not going to achieve that. Like that's a Herculean task. Like that's something like I would have to dedicate, like even if I knew what to do right now, I would have to spend the rest of my life doing it. Like that's how much of a task it would be. Like I would die at the age of 85 having just finished it. Like that's how much of a task it is. So, you know, that's not what's going to come first. What's going to come first is we're going to get AI in video games, and we're going to get AI custom responses to players in video games. You know, you're going to get, you know, things like, oh, you go to a shop the first time and they say, welcome. Oh, I don't recognize you. You're a new face around here. And you buy like a leather coat from them, and then you leave. And then you go to the shop a second time and they're like, hey man, hey Big Pasta, you're back again. And did you like that leather coat you bought last time? And then you as the player could respond with, yeah, I really liked it. You know, now I need a upgrade though to get more protection. And the shopkeep could respond in a number of ways, right? They could respond with, oh yeah, you know, let's get you that. You said you wanted armor. Or they could say like, oh yeah, you know, if you trade in your leather coat back to us, we'll give you a discount on your new thing, or, you know, whatever. They'll come up with like custom responses based off of your previous experience interacting with them. But all of that isn't necessarily like AI necessarily. It's going to be pre-programmed. It's going to look like the person's intelligent and being able to customize their responses to you. But in reality, they're just going to give the computer program a list of directives, a list of responses that it can make, and then just to basically choose one at random, or to choose whatever one fulfills a certain amount of conditions. Did this person buy something last time? If the answer is yes, reference it and offer them a discount. If the answer is no, then say this response about how, oh, you know, are you going to buy something this time, or are you just going to look around again, right? So it's going to be very like human. It's going to be like a human being is going to give the computer program a list of responses that it can choose from, depending on if the player has fulfilled certain conditions to provoke those responses. So it's going to be the same as like doing a quest in a video game, right? Did you kill 10 goblins for the town elder? Yes. Well, now you can turn on the quest. No. Well, you can't turn the quest yet. Right? It's that same level, except it's just more options and more conditions. That's what it's gonna be. That's where we're getting to next. Is the is they're going to mask they're going to mask just they're going to make it look like you're getting like intelligent customized responses, when in reality it's just disguising the fact that somebody put in a little more effort towards programming dialogue choices. That's what it's going to be, and that's going to be the next advancement in like computer programs being able to talk to you. That's what's going to be next. So I would be very surprised if they skip that step, because there's potential for video games to be very to be a lot more like interactive if they did that. So of course they would have to keep coming up with responses, and you would have to pay a guy to keep coming up with like dialogue choices for every single character. I'd work on that, man. That'd be a dream job if I got to create, like, because I love that stuff, right? If there's if a dude, if I know, like, okay, in a video game, I'm in control of the shopkeeper, or I'm in control of the blacksmith, and I can come up with like responses that he says depending on different conditions that the player fulfills within the game. That'd be cool, honestly. Like, I'd love coming up with stuff like that. I like writing dialogue. It's nice, like one-off response dialogue like that. I like creating stories, so that's something that I would definitely enjoy. So if they have a job like that, I would definitely go for it. So, and something like that is something you could do from home too. Anyway, that's kind of like what I've been interested in doing in my free time is coming up with something like that, right? It's sort of like a choose your own adventure book. You guys know those, like, choose your own adventure books where you turn the page, or where you get to a certain point and they're like, oh, if you want to do this action, go to this page, and if you want to do the other action, go to this page, right? It's like a choose your own adventure book, and you can draw out like the different like the tree of like the different scenarios that are going down the different paths. In fact, I have a video game idea that I developed really far in my head that is basically an amalgamation of that idea, where I won't go into too much detail about it right now because I'm about to get off stream, but I mean, it's basically just depending on what you as the player do in the game, the not only will the story change, but the world will change as well based off your actions, and the characters in the game will change their responses based off of what's going on and what you're doing. So, and it's basically just, it's a normal video game, but it has like mountains of like customized responses that are going to be used depending on what situation the game world is currently in. And so it's just like a mountain of like writing dialogue, essentially. So the bulk of it is to write dialogue. You do something like that, and you throw the script in front of a game developer, and they'd be able to make a banger game out of it. So that's sort of what my idea is. And the thing is, you could apply that to like anything, right? You could, I mean, the next like Call of Duty, you could have something like that, right? It's like, I mean, you could incorporate that into anything. So that's where I see video game. That's the next step that I see video games going towards, if they try to get more creative. Because right now I feel like video games are in a slump where they've already expended all of their ideas and they can't think of any new ones. So I think something like that, just in general, would be a new idea that they could take advantage of. But of course, it would require a lot to execute that idea, and that's a lot of effort for these companies. But I figure, if they're, you got freaking Halo Infinite, they're putting $500 million into making that game. Like, they got the money and the time for it, right? It's like, but I mean, whatever. But yeah, there were other aspects to that, and I haven't delved into them like at all. I don't know if I ever talked about this on stream before, but anyway, so my whole thing is just like, I just want to write dialogue. I just want to write like custom responses that differ depending on the different situations. That's what I want to do. And honestly, like, I've thought about doing that in my free time. Like, in the future, I'm probably going to want to do that. Just like create characters, and then just like you have the player do something, and then like the characters will change their responses based off of what you're doing, right? Maybe they'll develop deeper relationships with you. Maybe they'll start to hate you. Maybe, maybe they'll think neutrally of it because they don't give a shit, right? And then, you can have like different things, and you can create this world that seems like to be living and dramatic, with all the characters that are involved, and you feel like you're getting different responses based off of how you're developing your relationships with them. You can feel like that, but really it's, the player can feel like that, but really it was just all pre-written. So I feel like pre-written dialogue that's just a mountain of it to choose from is going to be the future of AI, because that's like really the only thing that you can do, right? Before the printing press was invented, they copied books by hand. Can you imagine? That's basically what this is. Before the AI technology actually gets good enough to simulate human conversation, we're just going to have to type out the conversation by hand, like ourselves. So that's what it would be. But anyway, a video game like that would have massive replay value, because you do a string of decisions in one playthrough, and then you do something completely the opposite in your next playthrough, and how the characters interact with you, your relationships with them, how the world develops, and how your character reacts to everything too, will completely change on your second playthrough if you take drastically different decisions, right? We're not just talking about getting a different ending anymore, right? We're talking about like your entire experience completely changes because you started going down one route instead of the other. It's like in real life, if you meet somebody and you had a dialogue prompt that said, do you want to be their friend, yes or no? If you choose yes, your life is going in one direction, right? You're going to have them as your friend. You're going to hang out with them. You're going to be doing stuff together. You're going to find it to be, you're going to have good times, and you're going to have bad times. And sometimes you're going to feel like it's a pain. You're going to cry, and you're going to laugh, and all this sort of stuff. You're going to have that whole experience, and it's going to change your life if you decide to be their friend. Go back. If you choose no, don't be their friend, your life is going off in a completely different direction, right? You're never going to experience any of that stuff, but you chose no, but maybe you're going to do cool stuff on your own, or maybe that's going to open up the opportunity for you to meet a different person who you are going to be friends with and do different stuff with that person, right? You guys can imagine that, how drastically your life will change depending on if you answer yes or no to being somebody's friend. You can imagine that in real life. Imagine incorporating that kind of like impactful decision making, like that level of like life changingness to your decisions. Imagine applying that to a video game. Like that's like the level that I'm talking about. You can make a video game where you develop an entire line of, of great friendship with somebody in the video game, and the player who's playing your video game could choose no, I don't want to be this person's friend, and all of a sudden all of your effort and work towards making that friend, making that person who they should have said yes to, is just out the window, right? That the player never gets to experience that. Who cares, right? Because you created other content that player can go do elsewhere, right? It's just about creating hundreds and hundreds of different content lines and situations that the player can choose one or the other, right? Or they can choose amongst the list or whatever, right? And that's what it is. You choose what you want and you get what you want out of it, and then maybe next time you play you choose something else, because a video game isn't made for one person, right? Because if you make 100 different scenarios, there will be at least one person who plays your game who will go through every single one. Or there's at least going to be one person who will go through one of them each. So, your content is going to be played. It's just not all of your content will be played by everybody. So, and that's what I feel like video games are afraid of. That's what Elden Ring did right, actually, is that Elden Ring created all of this phenomenal content in their world, in their game, that most people didn't get to experience everything about. Most people didn't, you know, a lot of people who played Elden Ring didn't explore the whole map. They might have missed what cave or two that was intricately and expertly designed with love and care. And the developers were really proud of that little cave that they created, and most players could have skipped it. And it's like, okay, it's fine. It's fine, right? The reason why Elden Ring was so great is because they put in that love and care into everything that they made, even though there was a big chance that the players would have never seen it. And I think that's what makes something great, is that you make it because you love to make it, not because you want other people to experience it. So, yeah, anyway, guys, with that said, I'm going to get off stream. It is 8:15 right now. It's a lot later than I expected going on, so I believe I should have gotten off an hour ago, but I mean, it is what it is. I guess for you guys, I enjoyed talking. I hope you guys enjoyed me talking. I hope you guys enjoyed me ranting about this sort of stuff. I really do enjoy talking to you guys. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's the highlight of my life. I'm just kidding, guys. The highlight of my life is sleeping. But yeah, anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I hope you all enjoyed. I should probably set up for this. Okay, there we go. God, bedhead. I'm getting a little bit awake, I might play some bike game. I might take a shower. Anyway, guys. But yeah, anyway, guys. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all had a good day today. And I hope you all get a good night's sleep tonight. And I will see you all tomorrow. And as always, guys, this is Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Good night. Tomorrow will be a PC stream. Doing stuff and looking up stuff. So, yeah. Good night, everybody. Take care. See y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. I gotta end the stream. Got to end the stream. Got to end the stream.